Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for being here.
I'll get it.
I don't know if they put them. I know that they have them posted outside in those glass windows. Did you need us?
Right up there on the table next to the computer.
Well, one of my friends is to figure out how to size. But you can make them. It just depends on who you want it. Yeah. I just really
No, I considered getting a bigger one, but I'm okay. I considered it, but I was like, it's normal, I'm 6'4".
it would I thought that was
The regular meeting of the South San Antonio Independent School District will come to order. The time is 6 p.m. Michelle, could you please call roll?
Mrs. Angelina Osigui,
Present.
Mr. Luis Ibarra Jr.,
Present.
Mrs. Linda Longoria, Mrs. Leticia Guerra, here, Mrs. Connie Prada,
Present.
Mrs. Helen Mandla Prater, here, Mrs. Elda Flores.
Present. Okay. Dr. Saavedra, the Pledge of Allegiance, Texas
Yes,
Pledge.
ma'am, let me call on Jocelyn Durant, and she'll take it from there.
I'd actually like to introduce a new member to the administration offices.
Good evening, everyone. Please put your hand above your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, please bless those who are here today with your wisdom and guide our hearts with your glory as we make important decisions for the district. Also, Lord, please bless the students of our district as they begin the new school year, and be with our district families so they can support and protect our children. Amen. Call to action. All students will enjoy successful education experiences to empower them to make decisions and enrich their lives in the future they create. Board will now go into closed session. No action will be taken in closed session. The closed meeting pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. There will be discussion concerning personnel matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start since we do have a quorum. The time is 7:03. We have citizens to be heard. The first one is Belinda Zepeda. And as she comes to the podium, if we could have council explain the guidelines.
Yes, Madam Board President, members of the board, Dr. Saavedra. At a regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees, members of the public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Trustees during the section on any agenda item or any subject within its jurisdiction, except the matter related to pending litigation. Each speaker should sign in on the public comment sheet available to the Board of Trustees. At the meeting, speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. The Board of Trustees may, if any member deems it necessary, limit to both the number of speakers and the time allotted to each speaker upon motion and second by any other member. Under the law, the Board of Trustees may only take action on items specifically listed on the agenda. Subject matter presented, which is not a part of the agenda, will be referred to the appropriate department for review and subsequent action. Therefore, the Board of Trustees may not take formal action on any request made during the public comment. Citizens to be heard, which are not on the agenda, but can refer to such requests to school staff for review if appropriate. The normal rules of decorum are expected, and the board shall not tolerate any disruption from the crowd during this portion of the meeting or any portion of the meeting.
Okay, Ms. Zepeda, you can begin.
Good evening, Ms. Osteguin, members of the board, Dr. Saavedra, and Dr. Castleberry. My name is Belinda Zepeda, and I'm representing South San AFT. I'm here today, South San AFT, which is, if you did not know, an affiliate of COPS Metro Alliance. And for the past 2 years, we've been working with them on issues affecting families in South San. The two major issues have been the school district and immigration concerns. We would like to address immigration concerns tonight. Prior to the presidential election, we had several meetings at St. Bonaventure Catholic Church with residents who live in the general area. The meetings were well attended, but following the November election, attendance dropped dramatically due to immigration fears threatening their families. Those fears also apply to the students in South San. Do students with immigration worries view South San as a safe place? Will students stay home due to family fears? Will South San take sufficient steps to ensure that the district is a safe place? During the coming school year, South San AFT will again be working with the community and with the families. And at your table, we have left a brochure, looks like this. It's called Immigrant and Refugee Children. The brochure may be printed from the website, and it is also available in Spanish. We will be using these with the families. We hope you find it useful in talking with South San families. It is a good resource. It has information in here that they may use to protect themselves. There are little tear-out cards, and the cards are actually in English and Spanish. We encourage you to use this with our immigrant and refugee families in South San. AFT would also like to ask again that you take every step possible as a board to ensure that South San families feel safe in the district. Thank you for your concern for South San students.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Cummings?
Ms. Osteguin, members of the board, Dr. Saavedra, Dr. Castleberry, I too am representing South San AFT. I'm Tom Cummings. On your agenda tonight is consideration for approval of policy changes regarding class sizes and teacher certification. We still oppose those two changes. However, if each is going to pass, we recommend that the school board reserve the right to give the final approval for exceeding the class size cap and for granting certification to an uncertified employee. This is not meant to be any criticism of the superintendent's judgment. Policy is always indifferent to specific persons. Policy is meant to guide regardless of who is superintendent or who is in any other position in the please add language that provides for the school board to be a check and balance as boards are intended to be. Thank you for your attention to these two important policies which greatly affect students, teachers, and parents.
Thank you. Stacy Alderete?
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Castleberry. I have a couple of things. These are questions that I can't answer right now because it's not on the agenda, but I got a couple of phone calls. One concerning the Dwight gym floor. It's been ruined and cannot be used, and that is a brand new floor. Another phone call I got from a citizen, and if you're interested and would like to see, is that instruments from Kazin Middle School were thrown in the dumpster. Thousands of dollars worth of equipment, fan equipment. I know there's a process, we all do, that those need to be checked before they can be thrown away, and I don't think they were. I do have the pictures to prove that. Also, on agenda item number 4, about, wait, hold on, let me make sure. There was the item pertaining to meetings. We're trying to be, or I should say, responsible for the way we spend. I believe that we are wasting too much money having all these meetings. Every time we have, extra meetings, it's costing us for the conservator, it's costing us for the attorneys, it's costing us for a full staff in the cafeteria, and it's costing us for maintenance and for our people to be here. I think that we need to start looking at certain things and start prioritizing. I think we have too many meetings, and I encourage the board members to look at that. And hopefully you'll decide to go back to normal process. And then my last is, last board meeting, I had brought up that we were last in the city at our high school. Before I left as a board member, I had brought up about the block scheduling. And I had made the statement that, this is going to affect our kids. And he'll probably say that I have no proof, but I have letters from students. And here's one. It says, I am a student from South San High School. Block schedule has not helped me in any way. Actually it has made it worse for me. I suffer from anxiety and depression. Having to do a lot of work in one period puts a lot of stress, which is one of my main causes of depression. The periods are way too long. I cannot focus, sitting in one place for 2 hours. I've learned way more with normal schedule than block scheduling. I actually struggle this year, and I am an A and B student. I've never had problems focusing until they did the block scheduling. I am trying to have a bright future, and this schedule is stopping me. I would very much appreciate if you change our schedules back, for not only me, but for all the students that feel the same, and the teachers as well. I have many letters for y'all to read, and I think that, and I hope that you board members will go back to the table and look at this, and this may be a part of what took us to last in the city of San Antonio. That's all my comments. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. Efrain Medina?
Hello, my name is Efrain Medina. Thank you for allowing me to be up here to speak. My daughter will be a senior this year at South San High School, and she is part of the softball team. I would like to thank, first of all, the administration and the board members that were able to attend our walkthrough that we had on Monday, and were able to point out all the upgrades and all the getting in compliance that needs to be done with our softball field. I just ask that y'all consider and put in proposals that y'all discuss among it as a team, and whoever wasn't able to attend and see the different issues that we are having with our softball field, that y'all are more than welcome to go, for a walkthrough and see for yourself. Our students deserve you know, and our, deserve to have, you know, a nice facility. Also, safety-wise, and for our, not too good at speaking, so bear with me a little bit here. The American Disabilities Act, you know, getting that into compliance, and just, you know, so that anyone and everyone part of our community, part of the South San community, can go out there and enjoy, and have our girls enjoy and feel good about themselves being out there, you know. So I just ask y'all to please consider and propose, you know, that we do these upgrades and put everything into compliance that you know, for our softball field. Once again, thank y'all for y'all's time, for being out there, and, you know, thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our citizens to be heard. Next is the superintendent's remarks. Dr. Saavedra.
Thank you, Mrs. Seguin, members of the board. Just a couple of things. First of all, our principals have returned back this week, Monday. They're excited to start the 17-18 school year. They've been in leadership training all week, and that will continue through tomorrow. So I had an opportunity to speak to them on Monday. Actually, I'm sorry, on Tuesday, and I saw a lot of principals excited to start the next school year. Myself, some members of my staff, as well as the board president, and Mr. Ibata had an opportunity to participate in the System of Great Schools Summit that occurred or was hosted toward the end of June. We're one of, I believe, six school districts, I believe, one of 8 school districts in the state being asked to participate in this program as we explore different ideas on how we can move forward and create great schools within our school system and provide our parents with a variety of choices in reference to the educational programs that they would like to pursue for their young people. So I look forward to, as we schedule future meetings, to have a discussion with the board among all of us in reference to where we're headed concerning that. On August the 2nd, we're scheduled to come forward to the board with a budget workshop as we get close to the recommendation for adoption of the budget. And I think, in talking to Mr. Samad, I think we're in pretty good shape in reference to the preparation that's necessary to make a recommendation to the board concerning the budget. I would like the board to consider, and we can just, you can provide me some feedback at some point. The original budget calendar for the adoption of the budget was the regular board meeting on August the 16th. And in talking to Mr. Samora, we would like to recommend the board consider on this 1 month moving the August 16th meeting to the following Wednesday, August the 23rd. As you all know, the legislature opened up this week for a special session. I believe they opened up Monday, or maybe Tuesday, I think. And it runs a minimum of 30 days, and it could even call for a second session and so forth. For that reason, we think it's important to delay the adoption of our budget for as late as possible. And so we kind of think if we move everything over 1 week, the legislature will either be concluded at that point, or hopefully we'll have some direction at that point. As you know, they're looking at a mandated teacher salary increase. And there may be other requirements, but for that reason, I would like the board to give some consideration as to whether or not we can move this meeting 1 week later to August the 23rd. That concludes my remarks. I would welcome your feedback by email or phone call, whatever you would like to do concerning the suggestion that we move our August meeting by 1 week. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have a report on the meeting that the 3 board members had? The rest of the board members couldn't attend because then we would have a quorum. but on that walkthrough for the
Softball.
softball.
Yes, ma'am?
And if we can have that before the August 2nd meeting, our budget meeting.
Sure.
We all know what's going on and what we need to budget for.
Okay, very good. We'll do that for August 2nd. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we're in the presentations report. Report on status of the HB5 community and student engagement case ratings for South San Antonio ISD. Dr. Saavedra.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to call on Denise Orozco to present this report.
Good evening, board members. This is going to be short and sweet. So we're going to, because it's a very concise report that the state has been having us do since 2014. It is part of House Bill 5, what the community and student engagement survey. What we do in this survey is actually, the purpose is to evaluate our community, not only our community and student engagement, but the overall health of the campus, really, the well-rounded areas, not just a snapshot of STAR in the spring term. So it allows the district and campuses to tell the whole story, give you a whole picture of it. So, and it also gives us the opportunity to highlight our community values. There are 8 indicators plus an overall rating. The 8 indicators that these schools and the district self-report on are fine arts, wellness and physical education, community and parent involvement, 21st century workforce development program, second language acquisition, digital learning environment, dropout prevention strategies, and the educational programs for GT students. Just to give you an idea of what the principals and campuses do, we have an online survey that was out from about May 10th through May 25th. It was in both English and Spanish, and we also provided the campuses with paper copies. The parents were able to turn back in the paper copies, and then we used the Google Forms online, and the campuses input all of those responses as well, so we could get a good idea of not leave anybody out, regardless if they had computer access or not. We were happy to receive 1,565 responses, which was an increase from last year. We didn't reach 1,000 last year, so that was really great, and the schools really pushed it. The survey is open up to employees, parents, and community members. We really didn't see any community members without children involved take the survey, but know that it is an option on there. And what they are able to do is give us their feedback on whether or not we're doing an acceptable, recognized, or exemplary job in these 8 indicators. The campuses then take all of those responses, evaluate them, and then they assign themselves a rating. The district after that, in turn, assigns a district rating because we end up looking at the health of all of our campuses with the case survey. So just some other factors to consider is we also use the Texas Association of Administrators group. They have factors to consider. So on something like wellness and physical education, they have recess time available to students at the elementary level, that we have safe playgrounds, that at the secondary level we offer programs like JROTC. Or for the community and parent involvement, we have back to school orientations, our meet the teacher nights, or we are involving parents with PTAs and PTOs on the campus. So all of this is taken into consideration to give that whole picture. Like I said before, we are self-assigned ratings, and this is submitted to the state. It doesn't have anything to do with our accountability. It's a PEAM submission that we report and during the summer, which we did report and submitted last week. Our ratings, again, are exemplary, recognized, acceptable, and unacceptable. And you have a report showing what all of the campuses submitted. You have the 8 indicators, and then the second to the last column is a statutory reporting, and that's just whether or not everything that for compliance-wise reporting was submitted on time, and it was for all campuses. That's why on that second to last column, it's going all the way down with ones. It was a yes or no question. And then the overall ratings. Highlights of our campuses included, and I'm looking at ratings that were going to be self-rated at a 2 or a 1, which was recognized or exemplary. We had, for our wellness and physical education, we had 10, including the district, ratings at a 2 or higher. For fine arts, we had 7. And then for community and parental involvement, we had 6. And so we can see that the campuses are doing a great job at incorporating all of these. We don't have any that are unacceptable ratings. And the last column is their overall rating for the campus as a whole. Any questions?
Board members, are there any questions? Mrs. Flores?
Ms. Orozco, you said there was no unacceptable ratings. How come there's on the self-assigned PACE ratings, there's a number 4? Can you clarify that?
Show me where it is then.
This one.
Oh, no, the campuses, the self-assigned ratings, no one self-assigned themselves an unacceptable. It is an option. What also is an option is a not applicable if by chance there was a campus that, for whatever reason, didn't have computers. I mean, like the digital learning, then they would put NA. So the rating is there to be self-assigned, but no campus found themselves
So the rating is the
unacceptable.
number 4?
Yes.
Gotcha, okay. But I do have a couple more questions.
Okay,
What is TA going to be doing with this information for this day?
at this point, it's just a self-reporting. It is just whether or not we reported on time, which we did last Thursday. We submitted it to the state. It's a PEAMS report. It does not count towards any accountability. It was going to for the new accountability, but that whole thing has been revamped thanks to House Bill 22. So case is actually over for us and done. We are no longer even going to be reporting on case anymore. This is our last submission.
Okay. That was going to be my next question, if it was going to be a yearly thing.
Mhm.
Board members, are there any comments or concerns? Mr.
I
Yvonne?
just have one, and I guess it's null and void if you're not going to report anymore, but 1,565 surveys received from all campuses combined,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and those were just sent out, you said by...
They were, the principals were notified, some put them on their marquee. We provided paper copies to hand out, it varied depending on campus. Some handed out paper copies to parents that wanted during pickup. Some were sent home. Some campuses went well above and beyond and made even more copies to send home to the students. We do Twitter feeds for each campus, and the principals put it on their Twitter feeds as well. So we were trying our best to get the word out through social media, online. The district website also had a link to it, and then of course paper copies.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a question. Of the 1,565, is that correct? Out of that number, how many came from outside of the district?
There isn't, the employees were almost, and the employee rating was, I want to say almost 200, is about between 160, 170, but there's not an option for outside of the rating. When you start the online process, and what I did was I printed from the online so that it mirrored the paper. You have a choice of being an employee, a community member, or a parent. Even the community member had to associate themselves with which school they lived closest to. And so there was nothing outside of the district.
So you couldn't identify how many
No.
community members and how many parents then?
Community members, there was a negligible amount. I did go back through and sort it, but just community members without identifying themselves as parents, they weren't that many of them. I mean, it wasn't even, I want to say 20 when I go back and look.
I do want to recognize and commend Best on these evaluations. Palo Alto seemed to have done excellent,
Yes, ma'am.
scoring 1 with the exception of 2 areas straight across the board. So I need to commend Palo Alto for their good work. That's all I have.
The comment that I have is, I know that this is something that doesn't need to be reported anymore, Dr. Saavedra, but it's a clear indicator of how our schools are doing based on the, I took the survey, and the questions were very relatable and gave some insight as to either what is lacking or what should be and stuff. And so even though we may not have to be reporting, it is maybe a tool that we should continue just for in-district purposes, I believe.
Oh, no, definitely.
And to increase our numbers yearly. I mean, this is just my opinion, board members, but an exercise that's warranted, I believe. Okay?
Well, real quick on that, so the system of great schools, so we're gonna design our performance evaluation.
Performance
That-
We were just saying.
All right, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so the next is consent. So we have consent items 1 through 10. And let me read the policy before we delve into it. Policy BE Local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and/or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion, unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote. Okay, board members, so we have consent items 1 through 10. Are there any consent items that you would like to pull?
Aye.
Okay, Mrs. Flores?
Yes, I would like to pull number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10.
Okay, so Ms. Flores has pulled number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. Board members, are there any other numbers?
Yes, Ms. Osterguin, I'd like to pull item number 2.
Okay. Number 2. So Mrs. Prado has pulled item number 2. So that leaves number 1, number 7, number 8, and number 9. Do I hear a motion to approve consent items?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, so the consent items number 1, number 7, number 8, and number 9. Motion has been made by Mrs. Flores, seconded by Mrs. Matlock Fraser. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Mrs. Prado, you have the floor, number 2.
Thank you. The item is the GKD local, which is to allow a for-profit use of district facilities. When we first brought up the policy, it was brought up and it was strictly for nonprofit organizations. And we were not allowing for-profit organizations to rent our facilities. So I guess my question is, what has changed and why are we now going to allow the for-profits to use our facilities?
Let me comment on that as well. We get notified, or we get requests from time to time on the utilization of our facilities by some for-profits, and as the board policy states, we are not allowed that. We also occasionally get requests for nonprofits to use some of our facilities for fundraising purposes. The policy does not allow that either, right? As we look at the many requests that we get, and we do have a fee schedule under the regulations, it's the opinion of the staff that it may be a good thing for the district to consider, not necessarily all requests from for-profits or from nonprofits that want to do fundraising, but to consider the leasing out of some of our facilities from time to time, because it would generate some revenue for the district. We would for sure monitor carefully the use of these facilities, making sure that our schools are not being damaged as a result. But it would provide a revenue source for the district if we open up the opportunity to lease them out for profits. It is a policy issue. It's entirely up to the board as to whether or not y'all want to do that.
So I guess I need explanation on the fundraising. So fundraising can be done by booster clubs. At what time? I mean, is this just at events, or how is that going to work?
Well, the fundraising by booster clubs, that provision has always been there. It's part of the existing policy. But what we're saying is, for example, if a nonprofit, any nonprofit other than our booster clubs, want to conduct a fundraiser in one of our schools, any kind of fundraiser, our present policy does not allow it. And we're saying, our recommendation to the board is that we should allow it from time to time. as we evaluate the situation. You know, the type of fundraising we probably don't want to allow is anything that's going to damage our school. For example, we don't allow them to use our kitchens, for example. So we would not have that kind of fundraising. But there may be other fundraising activities, sponsoring the basketball group, for example, that we leased to recently, a few months back. That happened to be a for-profit group. But even if it had been a non-profit group, then they were going to charge admission and raise funds for their nonprofit. Our previous policy, our existing policy does not allow that. And we're saying we ought to consider leasing out the facilities for any nonprofit that wants to do fundraising, as well as any for-profit that may want to utilize our facilities.
Speaking of raising funds, I've noticed last year when attending the football games, that occasionally there were vendors out there selling by the stands as you enter. Or were those groups that asked permission to be there to raise money, or how does that work if they're a vendor?
Yeah, I believe these were, and I believe the athletic department could speak to this, but I believe these are school groups that have responsibility for fundraising, like concessions, if you would. And I believe they contract out, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they contract out with Chick-fil-A or others.
Yes, sir, correct.
I mean,
So they're part of a club or booster
that is
that
correct.
brings them in to sell, to raise some money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is correct.
I didn't know, I knew it was a vendor outside of the district, but I didn't know how they were allowed to do that.
Right.
I don't have a problem with it. I think anytime we can raise funds, I think it's a good idea. But my only concern is, I think it'd be good if, as a board, we at least be kept abreast of who's renting and who's not. Maybe, Dr. Cervera, in your weekly updates, as you're permitting them to use them, to keep us
Sure.
informed of who's using it.
We'll be happy
So
to do that.
that if we get questioned, at least we can say, well, here, Dr. Cervera has
Sure.
approved, and these are the people that are renting.
The other thing that I'd like to point out concerning this policy, now that we're discussing the policy, is that in the past, as a matter of practice, we have brought some of these decisions to the board level for approval. For example, the basketball team that the board approved months back. But if you really read our policy, existing policy, the policy really gives the superintendent the complete authority to decide these rentals.
Right.
So I'd like to inform the board that moving forward, we're going to follow what the policy says and not bring it to the board.
Right.
We will keep you informed, as Ms. Bell has suggested, as to who do we lease them to. But I do not intend to continue to bring it to the board. We have done it out of practice because it's been done like that for, I guess, a period of time. But it's probably not something that rises to the level of the board.
Absolutely, and I agree. I think that's something that you should have the authority to do, but I think keeping us informed is
Absolutely,
important.
yeah, I'll certainly do that.
There was one other thing on the rentals. These organizations that are coming in, like the Aztec group that has been using our facility, or used them, I don't know if they still are or not, they did do some things for our districts. Are we going to ask these other groups if they would partner with South San to either mentor or provide the free services or training or whatever it is that they're going to offer at our facilities to partner with our district to provide something for our kids?
I think the answer is it varies from request to request. You know, and in some cases, the type of activities that they're going to conduct in our schools as a result of the lease would lend itself for community participation. You know, there's going to be other situations where it doesn't. It may just be I want to use your cafeterias to conduct a meeting, for example. But wherever we see opportunity where they can provide service to our community or to our school children, we certainly will make those requests.
I think that's important. And we should always try and partner
Sure.
with the community and other organizations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the, not necessarily related to it, but it's germane, is the board received a lot of paperwork today. And so my concern is administration,
Yes.
if we can have the changes to the policy in the board book prior to final approval, so that, for me, digitally is what I use to study, and I did notice that in the report that there was the one change, but then when I did study the policy, I didn't see any red or the changes, so, that was my concern.
Sure, we certainly will.
And
Take your
if
advice.
we can make sure that it gets updated, because when I go back and revisit the meeting, I go back and check digitally. Okay.
Madam Board President, just for clarification of the record, Dr. Saavedra, you said you're recommending the changing of, to be able to allow nonprofit organizations who are not affiliated with the school district to allow.
That is correct.
Okay, along with to allow for-profit, the rental of for-profit organizations, right?
That is correct.
Okay, just so it's clear.
Okay, so board members, do I hear a motion?
On the single item,
Yes.
I'm motion to approve.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Mr. Ibarra. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Mela Prather. All in favor? Say aye. Those who do not approve, say nay. Motion carries. Mrs. Flores, item number 3.
Yes, this has to do with the description of that Costa Miranda issued a check for the amount of $42,400 to Southside ISD. In the past, these funds had gone to the South San Foundation. Has administration discussed this with the foundation, that administration is not going to be doing these scholarships?
The foundation president has been informed that the $42,400 that in the past has been issued to the foundation. The foundation president has been informed that it would no longer be issued to the foundation. Through Mr. Balarama, we've attempted for about 2 months now to set up a meeting with the president of the foundation. We've not succeeded in setting up that meeting. It's my understanding that she's coming in tomorrow morning. We had tentatively set one up this afternoon, and she had a conflict with her an appointment, but I understand she's coming in the morning to discuss this further.
Okay. And my second question is, since the district will now be issuing out these scholarships, and I do see the Mr. Gallardo here, correct? Gallardo? Do we know what criteria will be used to select the recipients of these funds for scholarships, or is that to be determined?
We actually, traditionally, the scholarship has been issued to the top 5% of the graduates. So that's approximately 26, I think. Does that sound about right? Yeah, this year's 26. And I believe the scholarships are in the amount of $500 each. So this would use up approximately $13,000 of the 42.
Okay, that was my second question. And my last question has to do with the mini grants.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this has to be, can you describe what a mini grant program would look like, or give an example? And what I am hoping is that these mini grants could be tied to our goals, where we would hope that whatever grants would be given to classrooms would increase the rigor of the curriculum.
Sure. The guidelines for the mini grants still need to be drawn because we have not, through the foundation, we have not issued these mini grants in the past. But traditionally, with many school district foundations, one of their main functions is to issue these mini grants. Give teachers the opportunity to launch an activity or an initiative on their part where they need some support, some financial support to be able to launch that activity. That's what the mini grants basically would be like. I think your suggestion is good, that within the guidelines, we ask that their initiative be related to the board goals, and we certainly could evaluate them that way. And once we generate the guidelines in writing, we certainly will bring them to the board and let y'all review them and see what feedback y'all can provide us.
Thank you.
concerns? Are there any comments or concerns? Mrs. Prado and then Mrs. Guerra.
I have some questions as well. Beaver answered most of my questions. The number of students you're looking at are 26, or that's what it was this past year, the top 5%. I know that the foundation scholarships were $500, and I think in a discussion we'd all agree, $500 doesn't really do much for someone going to university or college, barely maybe covers the books. So I would hope that we would look at maybe more of a scholarship, like $1,000 each as opposed to $500. I think that goes a lot further for these students. I don't know if there's something in the resolution that we need to look at.
Let me answer this question. If the recommendation is that we consider $1,000 scholarship versus $500 for this graduating class that just graduated, then I think what you would need to do is the board to vote on that. I think that someone would need to make a motion, and if the board agrees, it's a policy issue, entirely up to you. And you know, like you said, it's been $500 for the last several years. The board cares to increase it. It's entirely up to the board.
Since we started getting that money, that's something that we're going to be getting every year, is that correct?
Well, it's something, the understanding was, Costa Mirada is, it goes on for 16 years total. I believe it's occurred now for about 7 or 8, I believe. So at least a few more years. There is a provision in there that any year where that company is not profitable, they don't have to pay it. But as long as they're profitable, and we think they are at this point, it would reoccur every year.
Before we go further on this discussion, since you're going to be meeting with the president of the foundation, do you foresee anything changing as far as our receiving the money and not the foundation?
No. Actually, honestly, the board would have, that would be a decision for the board to make at some point in the future. I think I've explained to the board why we asked that it be, this check be reissued to the district directly. If at any point the board feels it ought to go back to the foundation, that's entirely up to the board.
I think the district can make better use of it than the foundation is right now. Our kids are in need, and I think this is a great benefit for those seniors or those graduates that are coming up. Since this is a resolution, is this an action item? It is an action item.
Yeah, the resolution is an action item. In the resolution, we did not identify the amount of the scholarship. Like I said, traditionally it's been $500. That's what we had intended to issue. If the board approves the resolution, if the board wants to issue a different amount, I think the board will need to vote on it and let us know.
And I have another question on the mini grants. Do we know how much is going to be a mini grant? How much money are they going to get?
No, ma'am. Again, the guidelines have not been written concerning the mini grant. We do not know that at this point.
So more than likely, if the guidelines have not been written yet, you don't anticipate this being implemented this year?
No. I mean, it wouldn't take us but a few weeks. I mean, by September, October, we would I'm pretty sure we would have the guidelines written up.
Okay.
Put out the rules to our teachers, let them apply, have a process in place. It could be done this coming year.
Okay, so if you're looking at least 20 students at $1,000 each, it's about 20,000 minus the 42,000.
26 students.
Well, it's 26 students.
Minus 42,000. So will that leave you enough money then for the mini grants, depending on what you decide to give?
Again, it would be whether we have 16,000 left or whether we have 10,000 left. I mean, we would make do with whatever money is available.
Okay.
It's a matter of where the priority might be and where the board feels that they want to invest that money.
Okay. The last question I have is, the mini grant is for the individual classrooms to fund classroom projects district-wide. So is this just limited to elementary, to middle school, high school? Is it everyone is able to participate and
You know, again, the guidelines have not been written, so we really don't know. I mean, we're just starting off with that. Now, the other thing for the board to know is that the $42,400 that's been deposited as a result of this the board can decide how to use that money. You know, we're recommending scholarships and we're recommending some mini grants. The board wants to use this for a different need, a different, priority the board might have. That's entirely up to the board.
Well, I think this is an excellent idea, but I'm thinking maybe the guidelines should come first, so we'll know how much money you're looking at for many grants before we approve this. I mean, we want to do this, I do at least, I think scholarships are important, but we don't know how much we can give in mini grants yet. And I don't even think it says $500 in scholarship money in the resolution, so it doesn't give a dollar amount.
It does not. And all we're saying is we're recommending, through the resolution, the board approve using a portion of these monies for scholarships and a portion of these monies for the mini grants. That portion has not been decided yet, other than what I'm telling you about the scholarships. I mean, unless y'all want to change the $500 to some other number, which would require a vote of the board, everything else is kind of open.
Okay, so I don't know, is this something that maybe we could bring back at the next meeting?
I would like for the board, if at all possible, to vote at a minimum on the scholarship, because we need to issue these checks to these young people.
Okay.
Some of them have been asking about that, so we should move on that very quickly.
So this is for the kids that just graduated then?
Yes, ma'am.
They have not gotten their
That's correct.
scholarship money from the foundation?
That is correct.
I see. I think for those kids, I think they should get the 500 like they had been promised. But I think for the following school year, that maybe we increase it to 1,000. That's my opinion. I don't know how the other members.
That decision can come later. What I'm seeking is approval to issue these $500 checks for these
Okay.
kids that just graduated.
Can we bring it back then for another meeting?
The
For the
other
following
question,
school year?
yes, but for the following school year, yes, we can bring it back.
Okay.
So, but if you would approve this resolution, that gives us permission to issue these checks, which is the main thing we're receiving right now.
Absolutely. They waited long enough.
Well, on the mini grants, if I may interrupt, I would
Hold on.
think it's important.
Hold on, Mrs. Flores, we have an order, Mrs. Guerra is next.
Sorry, I'm fine, she answered it.
Okay.
It was answered.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
That's okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, Mrs. Flores.
My thought on the mini grants is that if the classroom teachers are going to want to do something during this fall, sometime, and whatever is required to be in this grant needs to be set up. A lot of times you don't know how much it's going to cost until you know what type of manipulatives or whatever the case may be, what they're applying for would determine the amount of money that this mini grant is going to, or this classroom is going to need for the mini grant. So you really can't say a classroom would get $1,000 when it may be $1,500 that is needed for that particular project. Or it may be less, it may be $700. So I would think that in the application process, it would probably indicate that the classroom teachers would say, well, this is what is needed, and this is what I estimate of the amount that I'm applying for. So I would think that we should act on the mini grants today, because then it would delay the process of any teacher that would want to take advantage of this in the fall semester. That's just my thought.
Madam Board President, if I may just put this item in context, what the administration is asking the board to do. Basically what this resolution does is it declares the use of this funds a proper purpose to give the scholarships. So we're not establishing any guidelines. The board is just allowing the administration to use these funds to issue for scholarship checks.
Can I make a recommendation? I'm sorry, Mr. Ibarra, you had.
I have one question, and it's related to, first of all, how we might spend this money. So can this be opened up, besides mini grants in classrooms, but mini grants to certain clubs? And the one that comes to mind right now is like robotics. So if robotics needed some money to continue their program or whatever, do we open this up to those type of programs as well?
Again, the guidelines haven't been written, and the answer to your question is yes, that's a possibility.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I'm recommending that we go ahead and approve the resolution tonight. And Ms. Osterlin, if it's all right with you, if you could bring this back at the August 2nd meeting, Dr. Sabella, is that enough time to have guidelines prepared for the mini grants and for the scholarship?
Actually, well, the scholarship thing's not the problem because there's nothing to develop, it's just coming up with the recommendations. So the scholarship thing for the next school year, yes, we could bring it back August 2nd. I would prefer to have a little bit more time, let's say August, if we move the regular August meeting to August 23rd, maybe at that meeting, bring guidelines, for the board to consider and give us feedback. But it's going to be difficult to get it done by the 2nd.
Ms. Flores, is August the 23rd sufficient time? Okay. If that's, if there's no more discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, I have discussion. So Dr. Saavedra, I do have, when reading the resolution, I'd like for it to say that the scholarship for the graduates is the top 5%. So that, that's in the resolution. Now, the dollar amount, that can be brought back later, but I'd like for it to say that the graduate, that it says, whereas the board wishes to devote a portion of the pilot funds received now and in the future from Costa Mirada for a scholarship program for SSAISD students that graduate the top 5% from South San High School. Board members, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Prado, if you'd like to make a motion, or I can make the motion with those changes.
You can go ahead, Mrs. Flores.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution with the, as stated, but on the first, second, third, fourth, fifth paragraph, stating, whereas the board wishes to devote a portion of the pilot funds received now and in the future from Costa Mirada for a scholarship program for SSAISD students that rank in the top 5% that graduation year from South San High School. Semicolon and then the rest to be as stated.
Second.
Okay, so Mrs. Ostigan has made a motion, seconded by Mrs. Matla Prather. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. So then the next one, Mrs. Flores, is number 4.
Yes, this one has to do with the letter of agreement between Family Services Association of San Antonio Incorporated and South San Antonio Independent School District. My question is, how were the 3 campuses selected? And on the description, you have Carrillo, Dwight, and Shepherd Middle School. But on the letter of agreement, you have Price and South San. And then the Carrillo is not in there, so it's confusing to me.
Mr. Wood will explain this to you.
Well, I can explain the Carrillo part. It's actually going to be at Dwight, Shepherd, and Carrillo. Those are the 3 campuses that will be selected for the current year. I mean, for the next school year. So how are they selected? So this current year they were at Dwight and at South San High School. That was for the YAGA program, and the FAST program was at Athens Elementary. So what we wanted to do is continue that partnership with Athens, even though some of the parents were really at Carrillo and Price. So I was able to work with Family Services. So they're going to continue the program at Carrillo, but it's an understanding they're going to also open it up to the parents that were already part of the program at Athens that are at Price. They're also going to be welcome to attend the program at Carrillo Elementary.
Okay.
And the reason we selected Shepherd over South San is because we met and we were looking at discipline data. And based on our discipline data, the 2 secondary campuses that really needed it was Dwight and Shepherd, not Dwight and South San.
Okay, so will that correction be made on the letter of agreement?
Yes, I apologize, because I know originally we were going back and forth, and I thought we had made that adjustment.
Okay, and it's on page 31, on page 1 of 2 of the letter of agreement, where it indicates youth development programming at Dwight Middle School and Shepherd Middle School and or South San High School. Okay, so that correction will be made.
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize.
The second question that I have is having to do with the Youth Against Gang Activity for Dwight and Shepherd
Yes.
and the budget categories. What are fringe benefits? It's part of the budget. There's personnel, fringe benefits, program supplies, recreational activities.
That's the family services, because what they do is they send an employee that comes twice a week, I think for like 12 sessions, for 12 weeks the first semester, and they repeat it with a different set of students the second semester. So that's family services. I'm assuming that's their employee, that individual's fringe benefits. And they do bring in supplies because they do activities with the students while they're working with our students.
So it's for the individual person coming in and working with
Yes,
them?
from family services, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Anyone else?
So I have a question, Dr. Saavedra. Since the agreement is incorrect, is this something that needs to be pulled? Because I don't think we can make a motion approving, because we're approving it as is.
No, you can make the motion to approve pending the correction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pending the corrections.
Okay, board members, so are there any more discussions? So do I hear a motion pending the corrections?
Yes.
I make a motion.
Okay, so a motion has been made by Mrs. Bravo. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A second has been made by Mrs. Matla Prather. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Mrs. Flores, number 5.
Yes, this item has to do with the service delivery agreement between CIS and South San Antonio ISD. And under the descriptions, it indicates that CIS will provide academic and student support services for an identified group of at-risk students. And it lists the campuses, but I see that there's 3 elementary schools that are not going to be serviced by CIS, and they are Hutchins, Benavides, and Armstrong. Is there a reason for that? And my question is, Hutchins is one of the lowest scoring elementary schools, and are we trying to target and provide academic support for those students who are struggling?
So basically what we did is it's pretty much continuing with the CIS locations that were last year, except there were 2 changes. There was a CIS at Athens Elementary that was moved to Carrillo Elementary, and then there was a CIS at Hayes Middle School that was moved to Zamora Middle School for this year. But that's the number of schools that were identified way back then, I think when you were still part of
Okay, so we only have the budget for those number of schools, not for all the schools?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Because what happens, we're in partnership with CIS, so those schools, it's a 50-50, right, pretty much? Is it a 50-50 partnership? 60-40, so they pick up 60%, we pick up 40% of the salaries of the counselors. But if we wanted to add those 3 campuses, we would have to pick up 100% of those.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's why we've never really added.
So when,
Although we've been speaking to CIS and trying to add, but at this time, if we want to add those 3, it's going to be 100% from Southside.
so when do we make the adjustments to, if there's a struggling campus there, or 2, that are not receiving these services? And by the way, nothing against CIS, I hear nothing but wonderful things about you. You do a lot of good things at the school. But my concern is that not all the schools have the services, especially those that have struggling kids that are struggling with academics.
This is the time I can go back and reevaluate. Like, for example, like going at Kaizen to Zamora, maybe we can move that one to Hutchins like you suggested. And I think
Some of those Kaizen kids, we wanted to keep,
Yeah.
as they were moving to those new schools, we were thinking to make sure those services follow.
Oh, and I understand that, and I agree with that. It's just that at what point do we reevaluate and say of all of these elementary campuses we're having some high-performing ones already, and they've been high-performing for a while, but now we've got these struggling campuses over here that we could use more services for those kids. So when do we make that decision and reevaluate that?
You know, that decision can be made just about any time, and frankly, with what needs to be, I guess, addressed is some process that not necessarily annually, but possibly every 3 to 5 years, that these type of programs and the schools that are receiving services be reviewed, you know, and and frankly, we've not had that in the past, nor do we have it at this point, but I think your suggestion is an excellent suggestion. As a staff, we actually have talked about it in the past, but we really have not moved forward with that. But it is something for the district to consider. That's one. Two, whether it's CIS services or some of these other services from other nonprofits, you know, as we do the budget process, if these are services that the board feels are really important for our schools, and the difference is 3 elementary schools, which would be a little over 150,000 to fund 100%. I think CIS, as long as we fund 100%, I think they would provide the service, I think. Yeah. So, I mean, it's part of the budget process as to how important it is, the focus it is to plug it in there. It's not in there at this time, but Mr. Weathers, I think you bring up excellent questions for us to consider. Yeah.
Just want to make sure that
Yeah.
we don't leave out those kids in need help.
Right.
Mr. Ibarra?
Just following up on that is that one thing that I wouldn't want to see is that, and I agree with that, we got to review and evaluate, that's fine, but I wouldn't want to take out a component from the school that's making that school great, just because it's making that school great. That's what we want all of our schools to be. So what I'd rather do is make a budget amendment and offer this service to all schools so that they're all great, not take it out of some schools. So, I mean, I would hope that this is something we could visit as early as
August the 2nd.
August the 2nd.
2 weeks.
You know, because I think it is important. That's just my opinion as a board member. But CIS is a program that I think has made a big impact in a lot of schools that I'm familiar with. And I feel like, as a district, we should offer that service across the board.
Sorry.
Okay. Board members, anyone else?
I have a question.
Mrs. Brown?
Question for the CIS staff. If that is something that comes to be or we're able to fund it, are you ready to provide personnel and services for those 3 campuses at short notice?
So we would have to post and we would have to interview, so we would need the time to get somebody on board to be able to have the quality of staff that we want. So depending on timing, I'm not sure that it would happen at the very beginning of school, but if it's a new campus, whatever time of the year we get started, it wouldn't be in the spring, it would be in the fall. It would just, we would need the time to make sure that we can make the adjustments and hire staff on. But I appreciate your comments, and I absolutely feel like we are a part of the district and we are a part of the team. And there was several years ago where we did move out of Price and we moved into Hutchins and we moved into, and so it's always a difficult decision because the relationships have been built with families and so forth, and so I know it's a difficult decision, but we are happy to work with the board in getting numbers to you to see if we could finish the whole picture of the district, because that's a goal of ours as well. And every time we have an opportunity to look for those matching funds, right, at this point, all the schools that you have definitely have a matching fund, and it's been a great business partnership as well for the district, but we have been clear that for any new schools right now, we just don't have the matching funds, but we're very open to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Board members, do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
So a motion has been made by Mrs. Flores, seconded by Mrs. Matla Prather. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Mrs. Flores, number 6.
This is approve the interlocal agreement between South San Antonio ISD and Parent Child Incorporated to utilize the South San Antonio ISD facilities. I just need more information here, because I guess I'm new to the board. I'm not sure if I understand how PCI works. I did a little research, found out that there are several centers across the city with Parent Child Incorporated. They've been at different districts, and in a couple of districts, they've been asked not to return. For whatever reason. But I understand it's, from what the description says, that the PCI will work collaboratively with the South San Antonio ISD Head Start program, to ensure that the South San Antonio ISD children 6 weeks old to 4 years old will receive comprehensive Head Start services for qualifying children. So I have several questions. Our Head Start program would work hand in hand with them. Is that, do our students, we only pick 4-year-olds that are, we only have students in the Head Start program that are 4-year-olds prior to September 1st?
Ordinarily, yes, that is a preference on our part. I believe we have 286 slots or something like that for Head Start. There have been years where we have had difficulty in filling all the slots. All 286 was 4-year-olds, so there have been some years where we have taken some 3-year-olds. But it's to the district's benefit to stick to the 4-year-olds if at all possible, and frankly we think we will be able to do that. But it's also a great educational benefit to our students that they receive a program while they're 3 years old. All right, so we can provide it. It's benefit to our kids that if PCI can provide it, that we try to support that by providing them a building. You know, I mean, we the district don't gain anything in reference to the agreement, that part of the agreement, but our students gain a lot because they receive 1 more year of educational programs, right? Because you might see in the agreement, the condition that we have is these kids must reside within South San attendance zones. That was important to us, that they not simply open it up to everybody on the south side, because frankly, we want these slots to be used for the students that reside within South San.
And I agree with that. You know, our community and our children need to have, you know, that extra year for growth. But these are my 2 other questions. Sure. Is PCI federally funded?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Head Start is a federal.
Okay, and does PCI also receive city funding?
I don't know. We have a record.
Good evening, my name is Joe Silva and I work for Crown County Incorporated, compliance officer and PCI. No, we do not receive city funds.
You do not receive city funding. Okay. So then the lease agreement is asking that the lease payments of $1 per year, but they're asking for a 3-year lease agreement, which will be $3 total. But yet you're saying that what we're getting out of it is we're getting our 3-year-olds to come to, you know, to get prepared prior to being in pre-K. But then we just talked, past item, about leasing buildings to try to raise funds, and here we're not getting anything out of it but $1 a year.
Well, I mean, there's more to it than that. And it's a good observation on your part, but there's more to it. And that is that the buildings that PCI is requesting to use, which would be the Atlanta Center and I believe the building at Fenfield, these are actually buildings that would be empty this coming year. It's not good for the district to have empty buildings, you know. And so we think it's important to get someone in there. And if it's a program that will provide educational services for our students within our community, we think that's good. And it keeps us from having an empty building that would be vandalized and so forth. So we're moving toward, in reference to our empty buildings, not the existing buildings, but empty buildings, we're moving toward allowing good nonprofits that can provide a service to our community to come in, utilize our building, take responsibility to maintain the building, do all the repairs, which is in the agreement, provide proper insurance and so forth. And we think it's important to vet the nonprofits also. PCI is a long-established nonprofit that's been in our community, in the San Antonio community for a number of years. They have provided these type of services in the past. We actually have partnered with them in the past. We actually have charged them fair market in some of our buildings. But at the same time, we think it's important not to have an empty building. And if that means we don't generate income out of it, just in order to have someone in there and provide services, we think that would be good for the district to do that.
And I'm all for that. But there's, the one stipulation is, that I have concerns with, is they're asking for 2 classrooms at Kindred Elementary. And that is one of our schools that may or may not have enrollment growth. And what do we need those 2 classrooms later on down the line? As well as, I'm concerned about the disruption to
Sure.
to the school environment and parents that may be coming volunteering. Are they going to be vetted? Is there going to be background checks? That sort of thing, because they'll be coming into a campus already, where if those 2 classrooms may be needed later on, they will not be available. Plus, they're not paying the utilities or doing the maintenance
Right.
of that particular.
Let me speak to that. The request for services at Kindred for those 2 classrooms was actually at the request of the school district. We added that, we want that, and the reason we want it is this will be daycare for babies of high school girls that have babies that attend Southside High School. We wanted to be in close proximity to the high school where the young mothers can drop off the children in the morning and at the daycare at Kindred, move on to the high school, take their classes, and in the afternoon pick up their children and take them home. There's not sufficient space, because our first preference would have been to do it at the high school itself, but we could not identify adequate space there at the high school. So the nearest facility where we have available classrooms to do that would be Kindred. And PCI would provide this service at no cost, no cost to the district or to the young mothers. And presently, we contract with a private vendor here in the community to do that service. So those are fees that we will no longer have to pay because PCI will provide that service for the young mothers.
In lieu of the...
Instead of us contracting with whoever we contracted with in the past locally.
PCI is going to do that in lieu of paying rent for the...
It's all part of the agreement. And so that's another benefit the district receives is, and actually we saved a little bit of money. I forgot how much we were paying, $12,000 or something like that in the past for childcare. We will no longer have to pay for childcare because PCI will provide it for us at Kindred. So that's the reason we identified Kindred for that reason.
And how many classrooms are available at Kindred that in the future, if enrollment were to grow, that those classrooms would not be needed?
I don't know the number right now. I would have to look into it.
We'd have to go back and count exactly, but at this time, we have identified 2 rooms that, there is sufficient space. We walk the campus with the principal. And there is a clause here as well, that within 30 days notice, we can make changes. But at this time, there is sufficient space at Kindred, and that's something that we will monitor.
So when you did walk with the principal, was the principal okay with bringing this program in? Was there any problems identified or anything coming out of that situation?
No, actually, the former and the present principal both are aware of this proposal and both are open. And as Dr. Saavedra said, our goal is that our teenage moms are successful and complete school. And that's one thing, even as elementary principals, they are very committed to seeing our high school students graduate.
And that's part of one of our goals.
Right.
You done, Mrs. Flores?
That's it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a question.
Mother Prither?
Where are these classrooms? Wouldn't it be like a disruption to like Ms. Flores was saying, to the other classrooms? And then you have...
There's like the building. Can you tell us exactly where they're at?
The location is by the library at Kindred, and there's an exit door, and so meeting with the new principal even yesterday speaking, that's an ideal location. There's an exit there, it'll be out to the playground, and actually the principal prefers that because he wants to see people come in and out, and that's something that he said. I'm going to have this, I will ensure that there's safety and security, that I see who's coming in, because we even talked about kids could even perhaps come out from the back to not be disrupted, and he said, my preference is I want to see everyone who comes into the campus.
Yeah, because here it says children 6 weeks old through 4 years old.
The program at Kindred would actually be 6 weeks to
And then at 3, they would go to the Hernandez Center, and then at 4, they would transfer to us, to our classrooms, to our pre-K and Head Start South Side classroom.
So my question is are the rooms designed in a way so that we wouldn't hear crying children in the next room?
Especially close to the library.
That wing is away from, there's actually 3 classrooms right there. So it's a bit segregated compared to, it's not in a normal, it's in its own hallway.
So what grade level? Because I'm familiar with Kindred. What grade
Currently,
level?
3rd grade was there, and they're going to be moving to another wing.
You said next to the library.
I have one other question.
Ms. Prado?
Our children, when they're in school, the attendance lady checks who's coming in to check them in and check them out. Is PCI going to offer the same security for those children while they're under our premises? Because they're in our district and we're somewhat responsible for them in our building. So how are we going to make sure that these babies are being picked up by the right people?
And currently we have policy and procedures to ensure that the persons that are going to come and pick up the children, they're on the list and they've been approved by the parents that these are the persons that are coming in. Just as a footnote, also, the center is going to be licensed. And when you have licensing, then you take it above and beyond the state regulations. So we have in place provisions to make sure that we check ID. A lot of parents get upset and say, you know who I am, but we have to check it every day because that's our policy. And we've done it for many, many years.
Okay.
And I was just going to add that with Kindred, this is going to be an early Head Start, not a Head Start program. An early Head Start is children 0 to 3. And currently we have a partnership with Southwest that we provide the same services to the pregnant teens that are attending Southwest High School, or when they deliver and continue to go to Southwest High School, that we take care of them. And we're inside their campus right now. And we're going to add another 3-year-old classroom coming in August with Southwest. They requested us to transition those children to us. So it's growing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board members, do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
So the motion has been made by Mr. Ibarra, seconded by Mrs. Prado. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Mrs. Flores, item number 10. Thank you.
Yes, this is the memorandum of understanding between SAU and the South San Antonio Independent School District to provide after-school learning opportunities for our students. The schools that are listed to offer these services are there for the exception of, again, 3 elementary schools. So will other after-school programs be offered in lieu of SAU? I mean, do we have the challenge program? And will this, I think I remember talking about this at a previous board meeting.
So currently, the other 3 elementaries have the challenge
We
program.
have the challenge.
So actually, this is actually Plan B.
Okay.
So Plan A is we submitted a request to the city of San Antonio back in April that they can add 6 more sites to the challenge program for South San ISD, and those are the other 6. See, but we won't know until August,
I see.
and we don't know if they're going to grant us all 6 sites. So if something doesn't go through with the city, we have Plan B, which is this. So ICU reached out to us, they want to kind of partner up with us. And so they found some money. Remember last year they didn't find it, but they found some money this year. But they did need a small commitment from South San. So we said, look, all we can commit is the same thing as we're going to try to commit with the city of San Antonio, which is 1 teacher salary per site, which comes out to about $11,500. That's why when Mr. Zamora there in budget was requesting $69,000, that's because that's what it was going to cost to have the 6 sites. So this is kind of like Plan B, or this could be Plan A if you want to make it. But these guys are ready to commit for next year for those 6 sites, And very similar to the challenge, they're going to not charge the students other than a registration fee, and they're going to use the same structure that challenge is going to use. So they're not going to, it's either going to be the $25 or I think the $250, just depending where they fall on the scale. But it's going to be run exactly the same as challenge. But I think one extra benefit, I think they wanted to run theirs till 6:30 rather than till 6.
Challenge is till 6 and they're till 6:30?
6:30, Monday through Thursday. And then Friday, those still running to 6. But theirs will be 39 weeks, which means starts the first week in September, well, actually that first Tuesday, because Monday's Labor Day. And actually will still run on, I think, 3 days and Thanksgiving, run several days during Christmas, run through spring break as well, and the last week of May, rather than challenge starts like mid-September and ends things like that, mid-May as well. So that was a big difference. But so this is something that I wanted to bring forth. So if something doesn't, or so if the city doesn't come through or doesn't grant us all 6 sites, we have a fall plan for the slopes.
Okay, but we've already approved the challenge one, correct? Is that what you're saying? But we're waiting on funding?
We requested
We requested.
to add 6 more. Because right now, all they're guaranteeing is those same 3 sites.
Okay.
So we
Now
requested
we're asking for the 6 more.
6 more for a total of
Okay.
9 sites.
Which is Plan A.
That's planning.
Okay, and this is Plan B, all these schools with the exception of 3.
Correct.
Okay. And I was reading through their memorandum of understanding, and it refers to Exhibit B, and there's no Exhibit B in the documentation. At least in my packet.
There's none.
There's only an Exhibit A.
Yeah.
And I believe Exhibit B talks about payments.
Student numbers, fees collected.
SAU.
Number 11 on page 2.
Yes.
I don't know.
It says payments, SAU shall be responsible for securing partial funding for the project. South San Antonio ISD shall provide SAU minimal fees collected, and the COSA challenge portion as proposed in the attached budget based on student numbers, Exhibit B.
I think this is Exhibit B.
Okay, we weren't given that.
I apologize again. I thought I had submitted both.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, I have copies.
Right. You have copies?
Yes.
And what is the enrollment for Child C?
It's okay.
Okay, let's find out.
Is there a way that we could wait until August, or what's the, this is being brought up so that we could, if we vote on this and then the city comes in and says, we approve the other 6 campuses, that one?
We don't need this.
Then that's why we reached out to the attorney to add a clause that we can get out of it without having to wait a year.
So we would vote on to start it today, and then we would withdraw in August if it,
What happened last year, I think we remember, what happened last year is we found out after school started that the city was not funding our after-school programs. So that's why we had to come. Right, so that's where we were scrambling to find, and so we just didn't want to be in that situation again. And so we're hoping that the city will come through, but in case the city doesn't come through, we want to have a backup plan. And therefore, there's no, disruption of services.
The other thing to consider is that the first day of school is August 21st. And if either entity needs to get ready to provide these services by the first day, we need to be able to make some decisions today or maybe August the 2nd at the latest, but I don't think we can wait for the regular meeting in August, or we'll run the risk of not being able to provide services that first week.
when is the day that the city said they can get back to us?
When did you approve the budget? I think it's sometime in August. So it's always like, once they'll tell us, like this past year, they'll tell us like sometime in August, and then we register as whatever, as many as we can, and then start the program like 2 or 3 weeks after they approve the budget.
I thought the budget approval was September, and it gets implemented October 1st.
You know, because they start the program, yes. See, that's right. Yes, that's right, because their budget runs through September 30th, you are correct.
So this is Plan A, because Plan B is too late. I mean, Plan A that you're describing with the city is too late. Because those other,
If
those,
we added the new campuses.
Yeah, we will start in October. You are correct, I'm sorry. Yes.
so board members, this is for, they won't be able to cover the first week of school. It'll start the day after Labor Day,
You
which
can,
is in September.
or even those three campuses that are currently challenged, they won't start till mid-September. Because they only give us 158 days challenge total. So you have to start kind of mid-September, and so you can end like mid to late May. You can't start that first week of school. You're running things way too early. Because they give you 158 days.
So I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut anybody off. But I propose that we approve this and use SA Youth. Now, my question was, SA Youth already has the funds, because I thought they were waiting to see if they've gotten approval for grant money.
No, they actually went to the board last month, and this was already approved to their board, so now that's why I will bring it to you guys.
I have questions, Ms. Osterling.
Let's see, Ralph.
When we had the issue with SA Youth last year, one of the concerns was their site on Fenfield. Has that been renovated, or has it been improved any?
I think I approved the slide, but we won't be using that site. They'll be using the 6 campuses. The only time they'll probably use that Fenfield location is during Thanksgiving, Christmas, and spring break.
But they did do some improvements to it, because
I
it
believe
was
so,
really
yes.
bad, there were a lot of complaints about it.
Yes.
And so those kids that are not being serviced at the 3 campuses, which is Cabello, Price, and Armstrong, will they be bused to the nearest location?
No, they'll continue with the challenge program.
Well, but there is no, they're not identified as one of the campuses. And there's 3 campuses that are not identified as an SA Youth
Because
campus.
those campuses are currently challenge campuses.
They are currently now
So
Challenge or SA Youth?
Challenge.
Challenge. So are we going to have the funding for those 3 campuses?
I think for those for sure, because we've had challenge at those 3 campuses for forever, as far as I can remember.
It's confusing. I mean, it would be nice to just stick with one.
Well, and.
Well, that's the goal, but their budget year, we should have directed the city that we wanted all campuses through challenge last budget year.
I guess what I'm saying is, why can't we have SA Youth at all campuses and not challenge?
Because challenge is providing some funds, and so if we give that to SA Youth, they didn't go to their board asking for that money. It would be 100%, just like CIS. The campuses that don't have CIS, if we want to use CIS, then it would be 100% of the district funding it.
So how much is 100% funding
For,
for the 3 campuses that don't have SA Youth at challenge?
it would be another 75,000 roughly.
By the amendment. It would be consistent. Because this is a hassle every year. You know, you have some with challenge, some with SA Youth. You know, there should be consistency. Actually, I think SA Youth provides more than the challenge program does to our kids. They really do.
But one of the reasons probably is because we have to count on AC Youth to be able to raise that money every year.
Right.
When we know that if the city budget's that money for us, we know it's going to be pretty consistent from year to year. And I think that's why we don't really want to, that's why this was really Plan B, that's why I told Dr. Savetta.
Right.
I used to the city can count on it, but unfortunately that we won't start till October. That's the thing.
So does the city provide funding for SAU?
So the good thing is, well, I did have a Plan C. Not in the sense that, so SA Youth can possibly, that's what we're looking into right now, can possibly be the agent if we go to the challenge. So, like right now, like for challenge, we contract with the YWCA. But one of the key things in the MOU with the city of San Antonio, it talks about a professional teacher. So I'm gonna have discussions with the city, what exactly does it mean? Because SA Youth doesn't have teachers, but their lead individuals are professionals. So I wanna see if that qualifies for that professional teacher, employee, a professional employee. So if that's the case, then maybe come October, then maybe we can switch things around to where instead of SAU grant funding the program, it's now the city of San Antonio funding the program for the rest of the year.
And so my question is, so the SA Youth is not an approved vendor for the city?
We can select whoever we want per the city.
They just have to fit the criteria?
Yeah, meet the criteria, correct. And that's the only one right now that's kind of,
Like, kind of answers your question, Mrs. Bravo. Instead of using YWCA, we would use SAU, and they would be servicing all the campuses.
It would still be under challenge though. But I have one question though.
Different criteria.
What the challenge program offers, I think, and one of the biggest differences, and I'm not 100% familiar with SAUs and how they work. I've kind of read through what you have here, but it really doesn't talk about. They kind of keep in line with, one, our board goals, because they require that the kids read for a certain amount of time during that after-school program, and that their testing scores are at a certain level, or they yank funding from us. So it assures that whoever's running that program, or whatever teachers in charge of that program, is really on top of that program, and the children in the program are actually learning. So I don't know that SAU offers that or not, but the rigor that the city requires is why I believe Challenge is a better program. And that's just my opinion. I don't have enough understanding of SAU than what the rigor is for them. But the fact that the Challenge program does require a certified teacher to run it, and the teacher's familiar with what South San's goals are and with the state testing requirements are, I think that makes a difference.
yeah, just to add, they're very similar. The first hour for SAUs is just like the Challenge, it's homework and tutoring time. Then after that, they go into stations very similar to the way Challenge works.
Dr. Savella, last year, another problem that we had, they were charging the parents $25 or $50 per child. Are they going to do the same thing this year?
Like I mentioned earlier, was something that I wanted them to understand that they're going to follow the same pay scale as the Challenge. So they only have a one-time registration fee, but it's based on your income. So it's I think the minimum is $25, and then the maximum is $250. It's a one-time fee when you register your child.
Per child, correct?
$250. Challenge.
$150?
That's for the whole year.
For the whole year. Yeah. Well, that's what Challenge charges right now, our parents. 25 or, but not by 92% of.
$50. Can you imagine what we're going to get at $250?
No, it was $50 every week.
Yeah, we were charging
SAU was charging $50 every week.
Every week. This is a one-time fee.
This is $250 for the whole year.
Oh, okay, because I thought they were charging $50 for
It was
registration.
$50 for registration and $50 every week
It's also
per
based on,
child.
it's also based on family income.
Yes, it's based on the
So,
family.
because it's not necessarily a high percentage to pay the 250.
No, correct. About 92% pay the $25.
92%.
I think about
Slides.
about 23 people, no, about 18 people that need the 250, but 400 and something people that need the $25.
And what was that scale at?
It's the one that Challenge uses.
No, but what was the salary that they were able to pay that amount?
It's kind of like the ones that
They use they use the standard one, like to participate in WIC and Medicaid and CHIP. They use that one. The family income.
Family income, yeah.
All right, board members. My kids attended SAU. SAU was at Kindred, and I had participation in Challenge at the middle schools because they provided Kaizen years ago, because my oldest was part of that. And so both organizations, like I said, provide structure. And so I believe, though, Challenge was more lenient towards the parents of the disruption of the kids, while SAU had, if you didn't attend more than 3 days, then you were eliminated from the program. If they had to speak to your parent because you were being disruptive, they only gave you so many chances and they were eliminated. But the SA Youth, at the time that I used, it was completely free for 5 years. So there was no fee. While the challenge in the other schools at the same time were still on a sliding scale. So there was disparity right there. Because if you attended, I don't know what schools had challenge, they had to pay. While Kindred, it was free. But as far as the structure and the learning and stuff, I mean, it's just our administration talking to them as an entity, saying that these are the board goals, and if we can function or do centers in relation to that, I think that can be partnership, and that's just communication on both ends.
If I could add something, they still have a lot of the same equipment from that very same grant, so they're going to bring a lot of that equipment to the current program if support.
I guess if there's no more questions, I think before I make a decision, I'd really like to know, are the funds going to be there for SA Youth at the beginning of the year? Because I would hate to have it the same problems that y'all had last year.
For the current year, they're there. They already voted on it. They took it to their board last in June, and that's what I was bringing.
It's been approved by their board, so they're going to have the funding for these schools that are here, with the exception of the 3 that are not listed that are already in the challenge program.
Right.
That's all I need to know.
Okay, board members, do I hear a motion to approve? I make a motion to approve item number 10 on the consent item. Do I hear a second?
I second.
There's been a motion by Mrs. Ossegin, seconded by Mrs. Guerra. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Okay, so now we're in the discussion and possible action items. Number 1, approve SSAISD Lone Star governance constraint measures to ensure high-quality instruction and comprehensive support services in South San Antonio ISD. Dr. Saavedra?
So speaking members of the board, I'm going to call Ms. Linda Costa to walk you through this presentation.
The first agenda item is constraints, correct?
Yes.
Constraint topic. Can you move it to constraints? Keep going. There, right. So as part of the Lone Star Governance Board workshop, these constraints were worked on collaboratively with the board and superintendent. And so the first constraint is the superintendent will not allow the absence rate to increase or remain the same. We, as the staff, reviewed our absence rate, and so we stated that our absence rate will not exceed 6% for the 17-18 school year, and then we added additional teacher absent rate will not exceed 6% in the 17-18 school year. Go ahead. I'm sorry. The next constraint that was collaborated between the board and superintendent was the superintendent will not allow any campuses to have inequitable access to effective staff. So our first constraint progress measure is counselors will increase their time directly interacting with students from 30% to 50% by the end of 2017-18 school year. School site-based funding, decentralized budgets will be piloted in the 2018-19 school year and fully implemented by all campuses in 2019-20. And administration will ensure a clear and defined improvement plan for teachers who need additional support for the 17-18 school year to meet student outcomes. Question?
Mr. Ibarra?
The 2.1 interaction with students from 30 to 50, that baseline of 30, where do we get that information?
We got that from campus principals, and they asked about, and I assumed when the board was saying direct interaction, I was taking that as one-on-one, just the counselor and that student, because counselors do have interactions with students when they're in classrooms, but that's 20 or 22 to 1, or when they are in the lunchroom or we're in the hot, you know what I mean? They do have one-on-one interaction. I interpreted that as one-to-one interaction, just me, the counselor, you, the student. So based on that, I gave that definition to principals, and that's where they said, okay, if it's one-on-one, where they're, it's just the counselor and the student, I think probably, they gave me a percentage, they gave me an estimate, based on, they sign in, how students sign in to go see the counselors, and so what we were hoping is in 1 year to increase that to up to 50%.
I think what the goal there was with the counselors was to increase overall interaction with students, and it doesn't necessarily need to be one-on-one. Correct me if I'm wrong, the board members that were still there, that stayed through the presentation, but I think the main focus for counselors, what we were trying to achieve was just the importance of them being with children in different settings. If that means pulling them out and working with them about a bullying situation, drug, gang, whatever it is, but it didn't necessarily have to be one-on-one. It could be the interaction with classrooms as a whole. But I think just to send the message that the counselors are a very important part of what goes on at all these campuses, and to increase that interaction. So.
Do you want to change the measure?
I think the measure's fine, I just wanted to make sure that the 30% was derived from that.
Yeah, you looked at sign-in, and that's my fault, sir. I just thought it was like direct, like just the counselor and them, and they do have more than just that interaction, but my interpretation was just one-on-one time, as opposed to the classroom setting. Sometimes when they do small groups, they do small group counseling sessions with, like, let's say, a group of girls that are, having some issues, you know what I'm saying? So I did not take that into account.
So then,
Board members?
so then this 30% could be higher because
Yes.
many counselors work with students in this group.
Correct. So we can adjust, if you want, we can come back and adjust this
Adjust
progress measure
Right.
with what you're, okay.
Yes.
We can do that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, what adjustment to 2.1 are you looking for? Because I don't want it to come back. I want to be able to approve today. So what
It
exactly?
needs to be a representation of what's going on right now, that's all.
And what to improve
The
upon.
baseline, what is
A
the true baseline?
One, it's what's a true baseline and what we're gonna improve from. And two, is that what we're actually trying to achieve with this 2.1.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, constraint.
Can I make this suggestion? Since what's here right now is an increase of 20 percentage points, can we maybe say, once we know the actual percentage,
The baseline.
the baseline, that will increase it by 20 percentage points?
I agree.
That way you can vote on it tonight and
Yes.
we'll
that's
adjust
what-
it.
okay. I have a question before we go on to.
Okay, go ahead.
For 2.3,
Yes, ma'am.
administration will ensure. Administration, does that mean campus administration or central or both?
Both.
Okay. And for that same 2.3, how will the district make sure that the campuses who need the help will have efficient staff without penalizing the campuses that are being successful?
How will administration ensure that?
Campuses who need the help after you still do all of these, so how will we continue to have effective staff and have effective staff at those campuses that need it without moving other staff from other schools that are being affected without penalizing those schools?
Okay. When we try to ensure, first of all, our first move is to obviously hope that we hire hire effective staff. And being a former campus principal, about 85% I got it, but there were some that did a great interview, did great, and that they weren't effective. Now, when I identified that, oh my gosh, in October, that they weren't effective, I guess I'd have to collaborate a little bit then on thinking how we can ensure if we have to remove a teacher from a classroom setting because after the support we provided, they're still not effective. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that, what we have done in the past, and again, before we get there, we do have a structured system of support, at least from
when the principals reached out to us saying, we've done this, we've met with instructional coaches with this, we need your support, we end up using like our curriculum directors where they will co-teach with that, with that teacher. I believe last year we did one every day for a week and the teacher still didn't respond to feedback. So at that point, the principal made the call of, okay, I gotta move students to other stronger teachers and have that teacher who's weak support that, support where they were, support that other teacher who took more kids. I don't think that's the best plan, I'll be honest, but in the situation, in what we have when we have teacher contracts that aren't non-renewed until the end of the year, that's what we worked with. Now, along with that, I do know campus principals have used their instructional coaches teaching those classes to make sure kids get high quality instruction every single day. I know we are going through our our leadership academy now and really focusing on the lesson plan, our data, then how does that drive our lesson plan, and then how do we get rigorous lessons the first time, not waiting for intervention. So we are trying to provide as much support for teachers so the first time they teach a lesson, it's successful. But again, we do have, let's say if we provide, support, we're still not getting action. I can work with administration and go back and think of more collaborative ways if it means that we have to pull, instructional facilitators from here or even myself to go teach a class, if that's what needs to happen until they find a new teacher. The challenge is though, that teacher, we own them, we have them. They're not, we own them. I could talk with Dr. Saavedra, maybe we consider them being long-term subs, but that's still, we still own that teacher for the entire year because of the Chapter 21 contract. So I do know that I believe principals, in the 3 years I've been here, they really have held teachers accountable. And, even today, principals were saying, my first I hire for, do they love kids? Because I can teach them the content. I can teach them that. I can't teach them to love kids. If teachers don't love kids, I can't teach them that. So I know as far as our hiring practices, and we work very closely with Ms. Lopez, that we try, that's our first move is, how are you, why did you become a teacher? Why do you want to be in the classroom? Because we can normally coach that up. But if we do have a struggling teacher that's still not responding to feedback, I want to do everything legally that we can do to support that teacher, but also not continue to cripple those kids.
And that's where I'm coming from. It's the students, because you don't want a whole year wasted for that student.
I absolutely
and
agree.
We're working towards these goals and get them to graduate or to be successful in other areas, industry, or whatever the case may be. They're already being set back a whole year because of this one teacher.
And as you know, the research, ma'am, with students of poverty, one bad year with one teacher puts them back 2 years.
Yes.
And so it is detrimental if we have an ineffective teacher at any grade level, at any point. So I do know we're, like I said, we are doing everything possible and legally that we can do, but I agree, I do not want kids taught by an ineffective teacher. We're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that we provide that teacher support, but also, what about those kids? And those kids need high quality instruction no matter what.
And for the sake of our students, classrooms need to be monitored constantly.
Oh, yes.
Someone needs to be going in on a weekly basis.
Oh, no, daily. Our expectation is that
fine, but because I know administration has other, things in our plate, but classrooms, especially a struggling teacher, then they need to be in there, monitoring and making sure that, that teacher is doing what they help her or him to do, and if not, then there needs to be some intervention for the sake of the students.
I agree. And so now that we, assuming that the budget gets approved, we do have a full-time assistant principal at every campus now, and so I know that they've already started working on schedules of this day, the AP, let's say, is running the office and the principal is in these classrooms. this day, okay, principal's in the office, you know what I mean, is in the office, and then the AP is monitoring these classrooms. So they're already, you know, setting that schedule where they have that protected time in supporting teachers and monitoring classrooms for high quality instruction.
And one last question, because you mentioned both, and when it says administration, I asked you, is it campus or is it central or both, and you said both. How often does the central office administrators go out to the schools?
I'm there at least, my schedule is a minimum, it's normally on Wednesdays and Thursdays where I head the high school, and I have a standing meeting where I'm at the high school and then the middle schools. I believe Ms. De Leon, the way we support, all of the directors own a campus. So like Ms. De Leon owned last year, I believe, Five Palms, Madla, Carrillo. So my expectation is they are on campuses providing feedback. We have logs of every time when a director or coordinator or anybody in Central is on a campus where I see and the principal sees, I went to these 3 classrooms, I noticed this feedback. So therefore the principal, it doesn't help if we see a need and we don't communicate with the principal. So the principal sees, oh, and you know, when Laura Griffin, our instructional facilitator, went in, she noticed that there was gaps. I need to come back and follow up with that teacher in their lesson planning. So everybody, all directors, all coordinators are expected to be on campuses, and including myself. I own campuses as well. So it's a minimum of once a week. It's normally, I think it's normally 2 to 3, Arla, would you say, 2 to 3 days a week? That we're there. And sometimes we even, if campuses are short-staffed, I'll send directors, I will send them to the assistant principals for the day. I've gone and helped on lunch duty. I'll get a radio and I'll help with lunch duty. So we are about serving the campuses.
That's good to know, because campuses need to have that support.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ibarra?
So the constraint progress measure, the superintendent will not allow any campuses to have inadequate access to effective staff. So that if a campus is doing good, great even, we can model that campus, but we wouldn't try to necessarily pull all those assets out of that campus to go try to recreate it somewhere else, and in the process, possibly make that one campus weak
And
again.
that goes
Right.
Right.
So I guess that balance is what we're looking for, so.
I don't think that's a good model to take from the, you know, if you're doing well and you're high performing, why mess with it? You know, y'all are rolling, we need to keep you high performing.
Right.
I don't recommend pulling staff like that. Now, I do recommend, okay, principal XYZ, let's go do a learning walk at this high performing campus. Let's see, what are they doing? What is something that are we missing something in our campus that they're doing so we can learn from each other?
So my take on this constraint 2.3, it's a progress measure, we're going to be reported. So what I'd like or clarify, what I want clarification is on this specific measure, that first of all, that we know what the improvement plan is, okay? That the administration is doing, because if we don't know what that improvement plan, how can we ensure it's clear and defined? Because that's what it's asking. It's asking that administration will ensure a clear and defined improvement plan for teachers. And so in that presentation of that bullet, then I'd like to see a plan where central office intervenes in their steps. But because we are going to a system of great schools, that we're giving autonomy to these principals, but I'd like that safeguard just in case they don't get it, or their strategy or their improvement plan for their campus is just needing a little bit more of a tweak, that we can step in to ensure that. And so that's how I read that.
We still need that oversight.
Right, and I'll tell you, and I know any of my directors can speak to this, whenever we have a principal that's like, I'm struggling with this teacher, that director sits with them, let's work on an intervention plan together.
So my concern is, what if that principal doesn't come and say that they're struggling?
Okay, so.
So that's what I'm saying, that there's
Principal evaluation.
that there's a plan that is written, and
Yes.
and like Mr. Zamora said, if God forbid something were to happen to you, Ms. Castro, that this is uniformity going forward.
A system. And so you bring up a very interesting point of what if a principal doesn't see, let's say maybe what I see or what our directors see, and they don't see a teacher who is struggling, who is, let's say, crippling children, and I've seen that. Not so, and I'll be honest, actually not so, I don't believe I've seen crippling children here in this district. In my former district, I have seen that where they are just, oh my gosh, you have got to remove this teacher. But let's just say that if we did have a principal that, let's say, is not identifying, that's where we start coaching heavy and very heavy. And what I mean by that is it's either probably me or Lorraine, I will say, okay, somebody needs to take middle school, I will go and work with that principal one-on-one. Let's go through your CIP, let's go through your action plan, this teacher's, let's go through her data, and let's identify move 1, move 2, move 3.
And that's all we're asking for, is for that plan to be presented.
Okay.
And so that we can hold you accountable to it.
So what I can present, because I want to make sure that.
But you have a whole year, because it's saying the improvement plan for teachers who need additional support by 2017-2018 to meet student outcomes. So that progress measure is, from what I'm hearing from you, you know what to do.
Yes.
You have a plan. And so what I'm telling you is,
You need to see the strength. So,
Yes.
so maybe a struggling teacher is here, our first layer support is at the campus and it's ABC.
Yes.
If that fails, then it's district support ABC.
yes. And so clear picture, it's there, it's written, principals know what
Okay.
intervention you're gonna do, so that there's no surprises. My take, board members, what do you
So
think?
you don't need me to, okay, so this, for my clarification, you don't need me to present personal, like I'm writing up, you know what I mean, I'm documenting, you don't need that, you need just what system are we putting in place, that it's written, that we identify for struggling teachers.
And then we measure that. That's what gets reported on,
Okay.
is that evaluation tool or that, structure.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, ma'am?
I have a question on.
Mrs. Brown?
On constraint 2.2. On the school site-based funding, the decentralized budget, that's going to be piloted not this school year, but the following school year. What exactly is the difference between the process now on their budgets and being decentralized? How is that going to work?
The best example that I can provide you, Ms. Prado, and the board, is presently the majority of the funding for schools is in personnel. For example, teachers, 80% or better is on what it costs to operate a school is in personnel. And right now, based on the projected enrollments that we have for schools, we will assign X number of teachers to that school based on your enrollment. Let's just say 20 for this purpose. In the future, when we decentralize, rather than tell the principal, you'll get 20 teachers, we'll be saying to principals, you get $1.2 million for, based on that, and so much more for the clerical, and so much more for teacher aides and so forth. So rather than assigning personnel units, we would be assigning dollars for principals to make decisions on their staffing needs. If the principal feels that they need additional teacher aides as opposed to whatever some other need, they can make those decisions based on what the needs of their plan for the school. But that's what basically decentralization is decentralizing money versus personnel.
So letting them run their own school pretty much, as far as how they want to spend their money.
Right.
Which, if anybody knows what they need, it would be them at the campus.
Now, initially, as we start this, because clearly I think I don't think you can just dump a bucket full of money and say, make decisions. We probably would start with the instructional side, teachers and support for teachers, aides and so forth, maybe clerical. We probably will not turn over, for example, the cost of custodians. We probably would not turn over the cost of cafeteria workers and things like that. That probably would still be done centrally, but it would give them a lot of flexibility to make decisions based on what they determine is the need of the campus.
But I'm assuming that they will not be doing their own hiring, it'll still be the function of HR.
Oh, yeah, as far as, I mean, they actually do their own hiring. They don't process the hiring, HR processes the hiring. And so we still would be doing that,
Okay.
absolutely, yes.
And will they be given some sort of training or workshop to
Right.
let them know this is coming and?
And this is one of the reasons we don't want to be pushing this and say, well, one pilot is coming here. You know, we'd like to do some training this year. We would most likely solicit some volunteers to start the pilot the following year before we launch it district-wide the year after that.
But they're aware that this is something that is coming in the future.
We've discussed, I personally discussed it with them earlier this week, that we're trying to look at these things.
If you don't want to hit them with it at the last minute, you
No,
can
they
start
will not
preparing.
get the last minute, right?
That's all I have, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that, Dr. Saavedra, what was their feedback?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm looking for a principal. There's one in the audience. I don't see any right now, but
If I can speak to that.
yeah.
I actually had a couple that are, I mean, and I think, I won't say their names, but who had been like, hey, I want that, I want to do that. You know, let me, you know, what does that entail? And so I actually had two approach me, that they were very interested.
We also would start most likely at looking at the opportunity culture, where we have 2 pilots this coming year. Because that literally is a decentralized model. We might modify that model somewhat as we move forward, but it's going to be something that will look very similar to the opportunity culture that we're piloting this year.
Good. Okay, board members, can Mr. Linda move on?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Linda.
Constraint 3, the superintendent will not propose a change of use for a functioning campus unless the board has adopted a long-term facilities plan that is developed by a structured process for gathering and incorporating the community's values and ideas. So the progress measures are the superintendent will monitor enrollment and increase academic choice program options to all middle school students by spring of 2018. And 3.2 is the superintendent will engage a committee of community members before a long-term facilities plan is presented to the board. Be happy to take any questions.
I have a question.
Mrs.
Can
Flores?
you identify or define an academic choice program options?
So what we're working through with the system of grade schools is looking at our magnets and having a school within a school model for choice. When we talk about those choice programs, we have to get a lot of community feedback and community input. It cannot be, you know, we saying you're going to be fine, you know, it has to be from the ground up. So when we say academic choice programs, I didn't want to name what they are because they have to go through that process. Each school has to go through that process of engaging their community, engaging their parents, engaging surrounding business partners. And so whatever they come up with saying that this is the choice we want, let's say it is a law. You know, we have, let's say, the Bexar County Sheriffs, we have this, and it's, you know, some law enforcement. Then it's because it's from the parents, the community, from that school, and they connect with those business partners that would support that choice option. So that's what is meant by academic choice programs, is it's going to be determined by each of those communities for each of those middle schools.
So you're planning on having this by the end of this next school year?
Our goal is to have applications for 6th grade by January. Now, I'm on a conference call every week with our Systems of Grade Schools partners, and she's thinking that maybe we could start in December to start having applications, depending on how, you know, how we move with our 3 middle schools. But we had targeted 6th grade for January.
How is the district proposing on engaging the community and getting the feedback? What are you going to be doing?
So what we're doing right now first is meeting with, I think my next, not this conference call, but the next one is when it's supposed to be with 3 middle school principals and our partner with Systems of Grade Schools. They said that there's different ways to start from the ground up. First is obviously they put a call out to, to the whole community and identify, and lead, from my understanding, I have an idea of how I would think it would go, but apparently they are experts that have done this in many different settings in many different school districts. So it's not this conference call, but the next one that they're gonna start having with the 3 campus principals and myself, where we start hearing, okay, this is how the meeting should be structured, this is how choices, the process of getting feedback where it's structured and focused. So that's not this conference call, but the next one. I want to say in 2 weeks, and then every week that conference call will be with me and the campus principals, kind of guiding us on each step of what needs to happen in engaging the community.
Mr. Ibarra?
Real quick, Ms. Flores, we're going to be, me and Angie need to conduct with the administration a board training on system grade schools, that seminar that we just attended. So in that training that we're going to kind of go over, we'll go over the process and all the ideas that came out of this summit and what the procedure is moving forward to try to implement some of these magnet schools.
Good.
So like that specifically, how we get community feedback is going to be addressed in our little training seminar that we do.
And how soon can we have that workshop or training as a board?
Dr. Savetta?
We actually could do it as soon as the board wants to do it. We want to be able to further develop some of these suggestions that we put here. For example, better describe for the board the process that we're looking at for engaging communities, the question you asked. Another component that's not here, but it's somewhat related to this, we also have some thinking in reference to a year from now, should we open our attendance boundaries? And in this is have a complete open enrollment within our district at the elementary and middle school level, provide transportation as well, so that parents really truly have choice within our school system and not have to go outside the system for choice. I mean, these are all discussions that we want to have with the board at this meeting that we're talking about, because it's all related to the system of grade schools. It's really a matter of, there's a need for quite a few meetings in the future. How often the board wants to meet, quite frankly. But at whatever date the board decides we need to discuss this, the administration will be ready to discuss these options. Ms. Ostagina and I have actually discussed it briefly. Not made any final decisions, but we thought that maybe looking at the August meeting, earlier I suggested that we maybe consider August the 23rd, moving the meeting over, that we have some in-depth discussions on this, as well as some other meetings that have been requested. So, I mean, we're pretty open, but, we need to do it sooner. If that's better, we certainly will be ready to discuss it further.
And maybe to at least present the foundation to all the board members that weren't in attendance.
Sure.
And to whether
We're ready to do that just about any time, right? Yeah.
And actually, I think I brought up to Dr. Sveta that at the conference call, if you remember during our training, the first move was to communicate to the board and making sure. And so they did ask me about that, if that date had been set yet, so.
Well,
In other words, the sooner the better, because
Well,
that way.
no pressure at all, but I'm just, they're,
yes.
Next week.
Well, you do have a special call meeting coming in on August 2nd. So that's something for the board to consider. I mean, that's still maybe, 3 weeks away or so. That's a possibility.
But that's also for budget, correct?
That's also for budget. There's several things that will need to be covered then.
All right. So from what I understood to the constraint is before we can start accepting applications in December or January, the board has to adopt a long-term facilities plan because there will be a change of use for a functioning campus.
well,
Because look at the constraint 3. It says the superintendent would not propose a change of use for a functioning campus. Is magnet or choice, isn't that a change of use?
I
Or am I not understanding that?
And I'll, at the pleasure of the board, I interpreted that is like if the school, if education is no longer educating students. Magnets are still educating students, academies are still educating students. That's how I interpreted it. If there's a functioning school, we are not going to allow the superintendent to move and make it, something that's not serving kids.
Okay,
That's
so
what
board
I
members, do we understand that?
I think the main reason for that sentence to be put in there was because what we wanted to do was not be put into a situation like we were this past year where we consolidated campuses without having a long-term plan, without engaging the community, without really getting that feedback where people know the direction that the district is headed. So a change of use to me it means closing more schools.
Okay.
That's the way we interpret it as
That's how
well.
I interpret it.
And
That me too, I just want clarification.
Or consolidating schools, or what have you, in that capacity, we need to have a facilities plan in place, and we need to have community input for something like that, all along the way so that everybody understands.
Board members, are there any comments or concerns on that constraint? Or on any one particular, because I believe it's still under your den?
Yes, for this
I
board
know
agenda
the
item.
superintendent had said that he didn't need this because he had no plans on closing any more schools.
Well, that,
Did I lose somewhere that we're gonna close another school? And I'm like, uh-oh.
Well,
We
if
as a board
if
put
a bus
in-
hits Dr. Savella, and another superintendent, this is gonna
Safeguard us.
assure that we have some structure in place and a plan in place for any superintendent.
Correct.
This one meeting that took you out and taken me.
Ms. Ostergen, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. This is what I don't
Ms.
know.
Costa, Ms. Costa, on the academic choice program, I know you said that you're anticipating starting to take applications in January for options to the middle school. But in order for that to even take place, are you saying that within 6 months from now till then, you're already going to have a plan in place and you're going to have community input in place to decide what's going to be done? You're going to do this in a 6-month plan?
Yes, and I'll refer to our partners that we're working with as part of this grant through the System of Great Schools. They're guiding our moves and sending the training that we went to in August. We have, I believe, Alyssa and then Alex now. We have basically experts who have done this, and they even said that we could start taking applications in December, where I was like, let's wait till January. I was kind of like wanting to go a little bit slower, but they have a prescribed of what we need to do first to make sure that the community is involved, that parents are involved, and they have a say as to the choice academy that goes into that school, that area, that neighborhood school.
And the people that you're consulting with to give you the advice on how to proceed, did they implement this at a district? What district?
Denver Public Schools, and then New York,
Chicago.
Massachusetts, Chicago, and I thought.
All these individuals were vetted by TEA.
And so
That's great.
through the commissioner is who we're connecting with.
I think that's awesome. I see no problem with that. But not every shoe fits one size.
Correct.
So you have to take in consideration, we're a small district, we're not as big as some of these districts where we're from. So you've got to take that into consideration. You don't want to rush this.
I don't.
And then have it fail.
Absolutely.
You know?
And that's why I do push back, believe it or not. I mean, like in this last call, they were, real excited. And I believe even at our, when we were meeting there, even me and Dr. Saavedra was like, okay, we need to slow it down, because they were very, I don't want to say aggressive, but just excited about the opportunity. And not that we're not excited, but just like you said, we have to slow it down, making sure that our parents understand, our students understand, our faculty, our principals, they need to understand how this process is going to work, so we can offer choice to our kids. And so I absolutely agree, and I am pushing back if I feel like it's, because I do not want to rush and it fail. Absolutely not.
Absolutely. And I think it's a good concept. I have nothing against the academic choice program. I just think, let's do it right and make sure all the parties that need to be involved are involved before the decisions are made. And not rush the parents and the sixth graders to fill out applications and then end up, dropping out and you only have a few.
Right.
You want this thing to succeed.
And I think what I know me and Dr. Cervera discussed is that, we're looking at a school within a school. So let's say if I'm in the Dwight area and I'm not interested in that choice, that student, you know what? I still can go to, I can still go to Dwight and not be in that choice. I can be it's a school within a school, and I prefer a traditional pathway, not as opposed to something that's only focused on, I don't know, fine arts or something.
Absolutely.
So that's why we're having that. Therefore, if kids don't want that, then they still have it.
I think it's an excellent idea. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want to rush this thing and then have it fail.
Yes,
Madam President?
yes.
This is why I think that the sooner the full board gets this information that you and Mr. Ibarra were trained on, the sooner the full board knows and has, some knowledge of this, the more we'll understand it. And once it gets out there to the community, we'll have the answers ourselves as we go to HOA meetings or we run into parents and we'll be asking, if we have that information, the sooner we have it, the better. Okay, so.
So I'll throw myself out there and I'll say that next Thursday, I'm willing to put this session on and give you all the information that y'all need. So that's July 27th. Let's schedule a meeting right now.
I think we all have calendars, so some of us have conflicts, so.
Let's get an email maybe in a couple of days.
Give
to
a
choose
couple of
from.
dates as choices, not just one date, so that if there's a conflict, we can.
Wednesday, Thursday.
we can-
Pick one.
But I personally would like to get that in advance of whatever date you decide, to review it prior to coming to the presentation.
Delinda, did we get these to all the board members, at least the little?
We can. In fact, I was thinking in preparation just to do the entire notebook because it had, the results of the data that they had when they interviewed community members, parents, student, teachers, etc.
Board members, this is going to be on the August 2nd meeting, so it's not an extra meeting. I know there's an agenda item for the amount of meetings we're having, and so I was, based on that, that's where I was going to suggest when we
I like
might.
that suggestion.
Because if we currently have the 2 meetings, I don't want to add more meetings. I want to utilize the meetings already scheduled.
And that's good.
And it's only 2 weeks away.
Okay. And so I should have that information way before I can get that by the end of this week, so y'all have time.
It complies with the Open Meetings Act and how we want to disseminate our information. Okay, so we have the constraints. Do I hear a motion to approve item number 1? There's been a motion made by Mrs. Matlow Prather. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's been a second by Mrs. Flores. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Before I begin or go into the next item, there is a special person in our meeting room, Councilman Ray Saldana. I'd like to ask you to stand and be recognized. And I also wanted to ask if you had any comments that you wanted to make to the board.
Good evening to everybody. Everybody's got great energy. It's close to 9:15. Let me first say welcome. Thank you so much to the board president and to the board members and superintendent for welcoming me today. What I'd like to actually do is just to take a minute to invite you all to something that I've been thinking about for some time. About a month ago, I sat down with my staff and we were talking about issues that were going on in our district. And when I say our district, it really is the South End backyard. And so issues where it relates to streets, sidewalks, parks, We've got at least 32 different departments, our health department, our SAPD, our fire department, there's new stations going up. There's a lot of things that I think overlap with some things that I think you should all just know as FYI. And as we sat there, we were thinking about some money that we were going to deploy for sidewalks. And we've been having a lot of interaction with your principals and your school leaders, a lot of them directing us as to where we should be placing some of those sidewalks. So we've got probably 4 or 5 different sites that we want to add sidewalks to schools. That's where we want to focus a lot of our money. But we wanted to at least vet that through the entire board so that you all know where those are going and to get your input on that. So what we'd like to do is I'd like to invite you all, maybe in 3 weeks, to reach out to the superintendent, spoken to some of you, left your voicemail about trying to get together in the same room and sitting with you, your board members, my staff, our city staff members who do infrastructure, who do police substations in the area, just to make sure they're all on the same page. We're in our budget season just like you all are going through your budget season, so I think what's important is that we're all in the business, in some cases, unfortunately, of solving problems. Better to solve problems before they get so bad that you have to really get into an emergency mode. And so we've been hearing some input from members of the board about areas that they want to focus on, specific streets, specific areas, areas of concern around crime. So what I thought is that there's a lot of issues that are coming forward that I think you all should be aware of, that community members should be aware of, that it's important sometimes that in councils of government, we try to stay within our lanes, but sometimes our lanes expand into other areas. Let me give you just a quick example. We're working with a lot of nonprofits, the Archdiocese, on how to make sure to best communicate on an issue that is very confusing to members of our community, which is this idea of a Senate bill that may pass that means that police officers can ask about immigration status. We all know we have families, in some cases where there may be a father or a mother or both, who may be undocumented, but children are attending South San and are fearful, have questions. We're working through our SAPD department to put out information on how to make sure that family members, parents, counselors even, have access to that information. So whether it's issues like that, issues around feedback for our swim program or after school challenge, it's important that we try to get into the room as early as possible, especially during this critical time that we're going through our budget process, to understand what questions you all have, what challenges you all are facing. And we did it successfully a few years ago, so essentially I just want to revive it and bring it back. So I tried calling as many folks as possible, just to personally invite everybody. We'll try to have a luncheon, try to have it here at your facility, so it makes it very easy. But I think after doing this for 6 years, I'm becoming an old man in the job, and I think the one thing I've learned after 6 years is that you can, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I think that's the type of work that we're doing. We're trying to build up our community, and it doesn't make sense for us to say that we'll handle our side and not forget and ignore what you all are doing. The same thing goes vice versa. That it's important that you all know about what's going on in our end. So we invite board members to join us, sit down in the room, and break bread and talk about some issues that you guys have coming forward. So I wanted to come forward and do that and invite you all to what I hope is a communication you'll get from your superintendent about a date that works for everybody.
Are you paying for lunch?
Okay, we're covering lunch. But I'm telling you, I'm a cheap date. I've gotten pretty used to bad sandwiches and stale bread, so I'm you guys are used to coming to dine. But if that was the only reason I want to take up a little bit of your time, thank you again. I know that this month is masquerading as a vacation for some, but I know for you all, this is staff is getting the real work done, and community members who are making sure that we're keeping an eye on our public officials. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Board members, the time is 9:26. I'd like to call a 5-minute recess, please. Thank you.
It is.
Board is now in session. It's 9:31. So now we are Van Energy Company. I am moving item number 5 to discuss now. Is there language I need to say?
Yes, entertain a motion to change the order of the meeting.
Okay, I'd like to entertain the motion to change the order from number 5 to now instead of at the end of the meeting. Do I hear a motion to do that? Okay, motion has been made by Mrs. Guerra. Do I hear a second? I second. So Mrs. Guerra has seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, so we are not going to discuss number 5, discussion and possible action to reevaluate board policy BE logo as recently amended regarding multiple meetings per month. Dr. Saavedra?
This is an agenda item requested by Ms. Guerra, so I'd like to turn it over to her.
And I'd like to request to pull this and bring it back at a later date.
Okay.
No action.
So no action has been made. All right, so now we are going to number 2. To approve South San Antonio ISD goal measures and reporting calendar to assess progress on student achievement. Dr. Saavedra?
Yes, ma'am. We'll follow Ms. Costa again to lead the discussion.
Yes, ma'am. So, as you know, as our...
Ms. Linda, I'm sorry, before you begin, board members, I'd like for her to present the whole presentation so then we can ask questions and be, and answer those questions at that time. Okay.
So go through everything.
Go through it.
And being our timely focus 2 minutes?
Yeah. I'd like to do that in 25 minutes, so we'll see.
So the goals have been previously approved. I believe it was the May meeting for our student outcome goals. And so what our charge is now is to identify targets for each year to ensure that we meet the goal by the 5-year deadline. So we will have a calendar where we're going to report out on each of those progress measures. So with goal 1, it's the percentage of graduates who will qualify for community, college, university, military, or industry certification will increase from 62% to 85% for the graduating class of 2022. So our goal in order to make 85 by 2022, that's the target, that's the minimum targets we have to hit each year. So 1.1 is looking at our graduation rate. Our graduation rate will increase from 88 to 90% by 2018. 1.2 is our enrollment in dual credit courses will increase by 10% by 2018. 1.3 is our industry certifications will increase by 10%. And then 1.4, the percentage of graduates who will qualify for community college, university, military, or industry certification will increase at a 4.4% from 62% to 66.4. So that's for goal 1, and again, that's just trying to get us to, now we may exceed the 2018 standard, but the minimum we have to hit in order to achieve our goal by 2022 is an increase in 4.4% overall. In goal 2, it's the percent of students who perform at the master's grade level standard for all grades in state mathematics exams will increase from 8% to 40% by 2022. So in 2018, this year, we have to hit 14.4%. So therefore, 2.1, our progress measure, will be the percent of elementary students who perform at master's grade level standard for math will increase by 3.4% from 11% to 14.4% by 2018. So we're looking for an increase of 3.4% across all elementaries. Progress measure 2.2, our goal for middle schools is students will perform at master's grade level for standard for math will increase by 10.4% from 4% to 14.4% by 2018. And then 2.3, high school students who perform at master's grade level standard for math will increase 10.4%. So therefore increase from 4% to 14.4% by 2018. So elementary, middle, and high school have to hit those targets in order for us to be on track for our goal of 2022. And then progress 3, the percent of students who perform at the master's grade level standard for all grades in state reading exams will increase from 9% to 40% by 2022. So in 2018, our target is a minimum of 15.2%. So the percent of elementary students who perform at a master's grade level standard for reading will increase by a minimum of 0.2% from 15 to 15.2. 3.2, the percent of middle school students who perform at master's grade level standard for reading will increase 5.2% from 10% to 15.2% in 2018. And 3.3 is the percent of high school students who perform at master's grade level standard for reading will increase 13.2% from 2% to 15.2%.
Ms. Prosser, excuse me, our copy says increase on the middle school will increase 6.2%. You said 5.2%.
Their new forms
I think we had
distributed at the,
Oh,
they're on your desk.
okay, so change.
No, wait, I think you're still going.
And then the last page you should have is the constraint progress measure reporting calendar. And so what this explains is what months we will report out on what goals. So we have, since all goals are final, all data is finalized from TEA by August, usually August 15th, like the second week in August. Our plan is first is to share out on final accountability on goal 1, 2, and 3. Then in September, have an update for goal 2, which we'd share out on grades 3.9% of students who met level 3. On October 2017, we'll share out on goal 3. We'll also share out on our constraint progress measure of student and teacher attendance. And then in addition, we're going to do the quarterly board progress tracker, where I believe we did it at the last board workshop to see where, I think it's a self-evaluation for the board. November, again, share out on goal 2 and share out the beginning of year data. Earlier in your consent that was voted, the board approved iStation and math, and those are the assessments in early literacy that we have to assess, so we can share out on beginning of year, middle year, and end of year. for all grade levels. So that will be shared out, beginning of year data will be shared out in November for mathematics. Beginning of year data will be shared out in December for reading. And then in January, we'll do again, where are we on goal 1, 2, and 3, using the Texas Academic Progress Report that is required to report out in January. So that is something that's required every year. And again, we will check on the quarterly board progress tracker of where the self-evaluation for the board is. Then again, in February, we'll share out on goal 1, and that will be participation in dual credit courses. Where are we at that point? We figured that first semester would be over, and so we have enough time to see where we are on dual credit. And then constraint progress measure 3, I believe by February is when the repurpose committee needs to have a recommendation to the board. That was February 1st, I believe, was the expectation. So that would be shared out in February. For March, we'll share out middle of the year data for all grade levels for math, and constraint progress measure 3, share with the board where we are in our academic choices for the middle schools. April 2018, it'll be goal 3, where it's middle of the year data for reading, and again, quarterly board progress tracker. May 2018, we should have industry certifications by May. Some tests, though, do happen in May, so we're hoping to have majority where we can report that out in May by the 3rd, I believe is the 3rd, when we normally have our board meetings. And then share out on constraint progress measure 1 and 2, how did we do with our counselor productivity, and how did we do with student and teacher attendance at that point. In June, we'll share out on goal 2, and again, quarterly progress board progress tracker, and then share end of year data, grades kinder through 9. And then July, goal 3, again, end of year reading data, and then to be in compliance with our constraint progress measure number 2, we were going to share out where we were on our teacher evaluation data of where teachers are, how many are developing, progressing, distinguished.
Okay, board members, are there any comments or questions in reference to the progress measures being presented? Ms. Flores?
We can go back to goal 1.
Yes.
So in the dual credit courses, in the 1.2, enrollment in dual credit courses will increase by 10% by 2018. What is the baseline right now? Do we know?
Currently, we have 1,137 students completing dual credit, so 10% of that would be, we need to we need to move 114 students for a total of 1,251. That's using our current enrollment.
Okay.
Okay, so can we write that down, because that should be
Our baseline.
our base, it should be in there when we approve.
Okay. Say that, could you give
Yes,
us
ma'am.
those numbers again?
So we would go from 1,137 students completing dual credit. 10% would be 100, to increase that by 114 students, a minimum of 114 students, for a total of 1,251 students.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it was 1,000, how many students?
1,251 students.
And then the 1.3 industry certification will increase by 10% by, do you want to put by 2018?
2018.
Okay. As well as the
2018.
yeah, 1.4, 2018. Okay. Then progress goal measure 2, and kind of 2 and 3 go to, this question goes for both.
Okay.
Are there subgroups of students who perform less well in math and reading that we need to be monitoring while we monitor the overall district progress, district-wide progress?
When we say approaching, yes, when it comes to masters, but honestly, we're not really discriminating when it comes to masters, because as an 8% for overall for the district, it's not just certain student groups, it's all of our students. It's everyone. our training that we've had from Denise Orozco about, really looking at quintiles and dividing our data and looking deeper in whether you can have students that meet expectation, but they didn't grow, they were expected to go beyond. That is something that we're really focusing our principals on, is they all have to grow, they all have to move to the next, quintile. And we went very deep into the health of their campus. Just to share, I know it's something to celebrate. We are the only district in Bexar County with over 90% poverty that has had no IR schools in 2 years. The only one. Edgewood has them in the past 2 years. South Harlandale and what was my last one? Denise?
Southside.
Thank you, Southside. So that's something to celebrate, and I don't want to put that down. That is hard work from our teachers and our students. But what I have the principals do is say, okay, if you met standard, stand up. Now, in each of your domains, if you have a C or better, remain standing. If you have a B or better, remain standing. And by then, only 2 schools were remaining standing. So we had 13 schools meeting standard, but when we start thinking of, and no schools making an A in one domain. Now, I'm not even talking about like all 3 but one domain. So it really opened the principal's eyes that we have been focusing on the floor and not thinking about the ceiling. And so what's that going to take to get them to the ceiling? And so then again, I shared the board goals of, this is master's grade level, and SILT teams are going to have this tomorrow downstairs. But we've got to do something different to move kids towards that master's level. So we went very deep into that on our first 2 days. We looked at how we assess rigor in lesson plans, how we can identify rigor in the classroom. And so I think it was very valuable for our principals. We also invited all of our bilingual facilitators, all of our special ed facilitators, so therefore they can see when they are planning with teachers for their inclusion. Those inclusion teachers need to know how do you identify rigor in a lesson plan? How do you identify a rigorous activity in the classroom? So we are responding. We're doing everything we can to provide support to principals and teachers, so we do meet this standard. So with that, on the percent of, was there a question about the number of students we needed to move? I'm sorry, I started talking what the question was.
Mine was the subgroups, because I want to.
That's right, I'm so sorry.
I want to make sure that, yes, the masters, it's all students, but then at the same time, we don't want to overlook the subgroups, because you do have the bilingual students, and you do have your special education students that you know what, we need to have high expectations of them as well.
And I think it's more campus, not systemic. Certain campuses do stronger with their left students. In fact, some campuses, their left actually exceeded their general ed students. But I think there is across the board that we need to do better with our our students that are struggling with learners, our special ed students. They still need access to rigorous curriculum. It just needs to be scaffolded, but they still need access to that same rigor. So that was something that we've gone deep in with the principals, and then we'll go deep with our SILT teams tomorrow.
Okay, and then my other question is, and maybe you can clarify for me, and I've noticed that when, and it deals with goal 2 and goal 3. When you're looking at middle school students and high school students, your increase is much higher, much larger than your elementary students. As a matter of fact, I tend to think that 3.1 goal 3, the less than 1% increase is too low. We must have higher expectations for elementary students.
Well, and we can change that, but in order for us to meet the minimum, which is 15.2% as a district, the way we divided it up was, okay, this is what the minimum that elementary have to increase, the minimum that middle school, and the minimum that high school in order to get 15.2.
But you give the minimum of less than 1% to an elementary, and what are they going to be striving for? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you make it less at a middle school and make it a little less at the high school, then you up it more for the elementary. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're kind of basing it off of population, right? Off of size and all
Right.
that.
Well, and just when you look at across just with elementaries this way, our elementaries are doing better at hitting that master's. They are. They're doing better than the middle and the high school at hitting that master's degree. Like right now, there are our elementary at just taking out the elementary for master's level, they're already at 15%. Where we look at our master's for middle and high school, we're looking at 2%. And so what we thought is what's the minimum, but we can adjust those where it's still hitting 15.2%, but we at least have a higher goal for.
I would say a little bit more than less than 1% because it's just, to me, it's not a higher expectation. Where then you're looking at high school students and you're asking for more than 10%.
Yes, ma'am.
per
Okay,
year.
we can adjust that.
Okay, and then my last one has to do with the reporting calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is just my thoughts. When you're looking at September, you're going to be reporting to us goal 2 because we're talking about grades 3 through 9 math, percent of students who met level 3. That's based off of their testing this spring, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So why can't we not have the math and the reading done in September, both goals?
We
Because
can.
that's at the beginning of the year. Can we or can we not?
We can. The model that from Lone Star was one goal per
okay, one per,
NSCN,
okay.
so that's why, but we can.
Okay, well, no, that's fine, and that, I don't want to mess with the model. But when we get down to December, and you're giving us beginning data, reading, and for reading, especially K through 10, reading beginning of the year data, that's December.
Yes.
To me, that's half a year.
Yes, but we're trying to make sure, I believe our first beginning of the year using the math would be October? Right, it would be there, because we need to make sure they respond to instruction. We don't want to give it to them the first week in August. We need to give some time for instruction to sit in. So our beginning of year assessment was going to be, I think, occurring like the third week in October. And so then sharing that data out for November and December. Now, if you think that we need to
Okay,
adjust that, we
but
can.
you're just going to share that data with us. However, the campus principals are going to have that data
yeah.
way ahead of
Oh,
time.
yes,
So
absolutely.
that intervention can take place.
Oh, yes, no, this is just for us to report out to the board.
Okay.
And if, I have no problem, and it's up to Dr. Saavedra, as soon as we get that live data, to send it out in the weekly board updates, but it be presented in a public setting in October.
I see what you're saying.
Or, in November or December.
Just for reporting purposes.
Correct.
Yes. And I guess my question, the same thing too, had to do with the March and April, because we're talking about middle of the year.
It's really
It's
January.
at the end of the year,
Right.
but you're reporting to us
Right.
what the middle of the year, as long as the campuses have that data.
Yeah, they have it live, and I'll be happy to put it in, as soon as we get it and disaggregate it, send it into the board reports.
No problem. Thank you. That's all.
Board members, are there any other comments, concerns, or questions?
I have a couple.
Mr. Ybarra?
On goal 1.3, industry certifications will increase by 10%. What are they right now?
We're still calculating, and so we were hoping to increase, whatever it is, to increase by 10%. We're still calculating.
So should we leave that out, or should we say?
I like to approve it, but once we get the numbers, I'd like to
Update?
update.
Okay, they have the baseline?
And for clarification, what school year?
Yeah, Ms. Flores addressed that.
Yeah,
but it's
2018.
supposed to say 2018.
I'm sorry, yes, 2018, by 2018.
Mr. Ybarra, is there any more?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when we were on 2.1 goal 2, when we're talking about the math increasing 3.4 from 11 to 14, and I know we already talked about this a little bit, but that 3.4, what's a realistic number that you think we can increase math by at elementary if they're already doing well? So in other words,
This is, the way I'm kind of sharing The expectation I'm giving principals in their action plans and in their TPES goals is that this is the minimum for us to report out to, for us to get but 2022. But I'm expecting for all elementaries to at least have a minimum of 8 to 12% increase in master's level 3. Now, if that's what I'm expecting them, then, we got to provide that support for them. But in all of them, they need to start looking at, they all have a goal for how they're going to increase their masters by, and I'm not accepting anything less than 8% increase.
So
that's what's in their goals for their CIPs, and their action plans.
Because tell me if you would agree, but at some point, the more that we put some focus on the elementary level,
It will start helping.
it would start, increasing at middle and high. We'd see the fruits of our labor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
At middle school and high school at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
So we want to, I think, in my opinion, is just that we would want to focus on elementary schools and not present,
So maybe so maybe not, for me not to expect 8% from all campuses, but maybe higher for elementary, since that's the foundation that ends up.
that's just
I
what
can
I'm
adjust
thinking.
that.
I don't know, I wanted your feedback.
That makes
on
sense, that makes sense. Mhm.
Okay. And then, it was the same for the reading on Goal 3.1. That I kind of had the same line of thinking there. Because we have it at a point two, and I know we talked about that already, but I think.
If we start going high there, then it ends up being trickling, yes, again, matriculating up. Yes.
And that's really all I have.
Okay, board members, are there any other comments, questions, or concerns?
I just want to make a comment on the goal number 1.1 graduation rate increase from 88% to 90% for 2018. I'm glad to see that large increase there. I checked the TEA website, and we actually, South Santa has the lowest graduation rate of all the schools in the surrounding area. I think where you show 88, TEA shows it as 87, but that's pretty close.
I think
So,
the live data that we have from this recent graduating class was 88%.
So, but nevertheless, we're still the lowest in San Antonio compared to other districts. So if we can get that to 90, that would really put us above some of the other districts, because right now we're the lowest. So I'm glad to see the big increase on that goal that we've got there. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? So I have one, and I need clarification, because maybe I'm not understanding it. It's on Go 2 and Go 3. So the goal, board members, and I need clarification from y'all, because we set the goal. When we said the percent of students who perform at the master's grade level standard for all grades. Now, all grades, doesn't that mean district-wide?
Right.
Okay? So we said that, and we said that the baseline was 8% to 40%, okay? And then that you're presenting that in 2018 we would jump from 8% to 14.4%. So I'm looking at the measures. Okay, why is the baseline 11% for elementary? Why is it 4% at middle, and why is it 4%? Because that doesn't add up to 8%.
Yeah, we wouldn't add percentages. What it is when we get every student in, and according to our taper data, it is 8% across. When we start pulling it out from elementary, middle, and high, it ends up being, I believe that our 8% baseline was from 15, 16 from the taper, and so now we have new data from what we have, and that's where we want to go from 11 to 14, from 4 to 14.4, and 4 to 14.4.
So if we were to add that, we're not at 8%. We are at 11 plus 4 plus 4.
We won't know that until our taper report in January.
For 2017?
Yes.
And it's because of populations of every one of those different, like middle school students, as there's so many middle school students, so if you increase a percentage on that category, it affects the total by probably a little more, a little less than elementary. High school only have 2,500 people, so that's a set population. The middle schools probably add up to a little less than that, elementary probably add up to.
So our baseline, what we used for that 8% was from 15-16. That was our Tabor clean data that we reported out in January.
Okay.
And that's what we, and so then we had these assessments. It's not clean yet. We'll have the final in August, and then the final is our Tabor report, which comes out in January. And so we are going to report out in January from 8, you know what I mean, right now it looks like, ooh, maybe we did, you know what I mean, we're going towards that increase. But it's not clean data yet, and so I don't want to, what do you call it? I don't want to report out until it's clean data.
I think what you were trying to figure out is if you had the.
I thought combined.
Yeah, if you had the increases, the 10, the 10, and the 3, and you divide by 3, that doesn't necessarily give us what percentage we're looking for per year. But I think it's because the population size is different for.
So should we do number of students? Because I know when we look at elementary, we have 2,274 students.
Right.
So, so of 11%, so currently 250 students scored at master's grade level. So in order to reach our goal, we need to move 77 more students. And the 250 can't go back. So we need to move 77 more students. Would that be better? Is that easier instead of messing with the percentages? Would that be?
We can do that, but as Gaspo said, we do want to clarify that when we met back in January, because we started our initial discussions on these goals early in this winter, that was based on the 16 data. The 8% was based on last year's data. Now we have fresh data, the 17 star data. So we wanted to be true to, okay, now if we're going to grow to 18, we have fresh 17 data. So I just want to clarify that 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, that is 17 stars. That is this spring's data. The 8% was last spring's data because those discussions started in January.
But even the 11% is not clean yet. It will be clean once we get it in January.
Right.
Really, August.
Right.
So,
So
when it
what I'm
reports out,
hearing is we're using the progress measure of 8% as a baseline. We gotta stick with that year. To start as the baseline, because that's already off.
I see, okay,
Because then our goal baseline is off.
okay,
You know what I mean?
yeah, okay.
So
Because it's from 8% to 40. So you're saying we already took the 8% as a baseline?
Yes.
And we gotta keep,
And so it should say.
and then we just kind
So
of
what we
keep
should
from
have
there.
done is pulled out at middle school from 15-16. We should have put elementary from 15-16, middle from 15-16.
Just use that number, those numbers as the base.
Okay.
And even if they increased this year and you have new data, you could add that as a result of.
So from what I hear the board saying, we'll say elementary, just put for elementary, middle, and high,
the baseline.
the baseline is 8% for each of those. And still, our goal is still to increase by 10%, still to,
Well, whatever it takes to get to 14.4.
okay,
Because that's the end result for that year.
got it. So we gotta get to 14.4. And then the same for goal 3.
If you're using different measures.
Yeah.
Different baselines. Okay. Board members, are there any other, that was my only concern. So we can approve, I'd like a motion to be made to reflect those changes in the progress measures so that we, if this is approved, it's going to hit the website. And so we can have that on our website?
Yes.
All right. Okay, board members, do I hear a motion to approve?
So how should we make the motion? To say that the changes need to be made?
You got it.
You got it.
Perfect.
So,
I'll second that.
okay, so Ms. Matla made the motion, Mr. Ivada seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes. Okay, number 3, approve the South San Antonio ISD graduation plan proposal. Dr. Saavedra.
Discuss it.
Yes. I'm going to ask Mr. Gallardo to come to the podium to speak about this. Mr. Gallardo?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Saavedra, members of the board, Ms. Castleberry. We are proposing a graduation plan. In 2014, HB 5 came into place, and the school board voted on a plan at that time. And one of the things that we'd like to see is just the addition of principles of information technology as one of the electives the students have to take in their graduation plan, as opposed to just taking any other elective. It would still be the 26 graduation, the 26 state credits, but one of the electives would be principles of information technology. And the reason for that would be with HB 5, and can y'all hear me correctly? I feel like I'm muffled. Am I too close? I'm sorry. I'm used to talking to the mic. There, that sounds better. The reason for that is with HB 5, for a student to get an endorsement in one of the CTE areas, they would have to have at least 4 CTE classes, with 3 being in the same cluster and 1 being an advanced class. Well, and I'll give you an example. Let's say a student takes Law 1, and they take Law 2, and they take criminal investigations. Well, that's 3 classes, 3 credits in that class. Well, they never got that 4th class. What if we make the student take Principles of Information Technology? There's their 4th class. So now they can get their endorsement in public service. And that would be one of the primary reasons to have them take Principles of Information Technology. And then other outliners is a student would gain, since it is a CTE class, they would gain, let's say we have, like this coming year, we have 600 students enrolled in the class. That's about $1,000 per day that the district gains in CTE funding. Another reason, of course, is Principles of Information Technology is a technology class, and that's employability. Who doesn't put on their resume skills, word processing, Word, Excel? People put that on their resume all the time, and that's where the class the students will learn that in. Is there any questions?
Board members, are there any comments, questions, or concerns?
I move for approval, Madam Chair.
Okay, so there's a motion for approval. Oh wait, open for discussion, but do I hear a second? Second, motion has been made by Mrs. Prado, seconded by Mrs. Matla Prather. Open for discussion. Ms. Flores?
Yes, and my only question is, does this apply to this year's seniors? Or does it start with this year's freshmen? When does this
That would be
plan
up
begin?
to the school board. I did put a provision, not a provision, I don't want to call it a provision, but at the bottom, if you can look at this document here, when it's written in policy, obviously I'm not a policy writer or maker, but I'm a counselor and I always look out for the best interests of our students. And if somewhere in the policy, it could state that if it's determined by the counselor that the student cannot fit it in their schedule. For example, if we have a student come in from Harlandale ISD and it's not a requirement at Harlandale ISD and it's December and it's their senior year. They've never taken it, it's not in their schedule, it doesn't fit in their plan, that the recommendation, I'll come up with a form that says that the student does not have to take the class. It'll go through me first as the lead counselor, and then it'll go through Dr. Hernandez, and he would make the final approval of, waiving that requirement for that particular student due to not being able to fit into their graduation plan, because they're coming outside of the district. But going back to your question, yes, I would think that this senior class, we would be able to have information technology as a graduation requirement.
Mr. Ibarra?
My only question is, so we have the capacity at the high school right now to teach this class?
Yes, sir, we do. Okay. It would not change any staffing or anything like that.
So anyone else? So policy would have to be made fairly quickly for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so a motion's been made, it's been seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Okay, next, approve the policy recommendations to address the local district of innovation plan for South San Antonio ISD to better meet the needs of the students and community. Dr. Saavedra?
Yes. So at the, I believe we sent up updated policy provisions, and the reason why, and I do apologize, we needed to keep it in the same formatting of showing everybody, even though we had presented this last time at the last board meeting, or 2 board meetings ago, and it was my fault where we should keep it the same so y'all can still, have it up front of what the original policy stated. So these policies have gone through our district's Education Improvement Council. This was previously, discussed from the board. We took board feedback into these policies, presented it to DEIC, and therefore back, coming back to y'all for approval. If there's changes, if there's, modifications, we'll be happy to hear them at this time.
Okay, so, board members, if I could begin. So, what I saw online, I saw yellow, so I figured that was new. And now I have something different in my hand that's blue, but some of it was left off. For instance, on the employment requirements and restrictions, it says state certification. And
Your policy?
DBA local.
DA.
DBA local.
DBA.
Employment requirements, very first one.
Yeah.
And so in the paperwork you gave me, you left off professional development. Why?
The statement's still there, just not the title of professional development.
It still says all employees issued a local, it just doesn't have professional development out to the.
I can make that adjustment.
No, this is the new one, the one you got out
It's
of.
still on there, it just doesn't have the title next to the paragraph.
Can we put the title?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What other changes were made that were not online? Could you kind of print those out?
It wasn't that we didn't show what TASB recommended that was deleted.
Let me try to explain as to why things got revised today, frankly. Because as we looked at this, what was in the board book already was we were inconsistent on how we were showing the changes or additions. So what I asked the staff to do is rewrite these policies. If it's new language, that's blue. That's blue. If it is existing language in policy scheduled to remain, that's black. If it's language that's being removed, that's red with the lines struck over. So that it's easy to see what's new, what's staying, and what's being removed. And what we had done previously, we were inconsistent in how we did this on what was
When we submitted the board book.
board book.
Okay.
And I know it probably confused people more, but.
Yes. Do we have to absolutely approve it today? Can we have time to look over it?
We can look at them, and yes, all we did
We
was,
studied that.
okay.
Yes, yes.
But
And
then-
it's not, like if you see this is the same as the.
Well, okay,
and-
so I'm
and
looking at attendance for credit.
The attendance one, yes.
And what policy, FEC logo?
Yes, yes.
And so, what was presented, it only has all absences considered. And there's like a whole lot of other stuff here.
Right, so this was what was recommended from TASB to remove, and what they had said for us to keep, the district has waived provisions in state law denying credit. This was TASB's language for the 90% rule. But if you see, so that would be the local policy. And so then if you see behind it is our regulation. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Go to FEC local, go behind it, and that's our regulation.
And
Keep going.
if I can add, what is in blue there, that is exact feedback that we got on May 3rd. And I remember, like Ms. Claus was saying, extenuating circumstances that you wanted that particular language there. So those are the revisions made based on your feedback.
And so what we wanted to share with the board is that's where the policy would look, that's the local policy proposed. But we also wanted to identify that I know there was concern about all of this taken off. So as we met with campus principals and then the Education Improvement Council, they recommended a regulation for high school, middle school, and elementary. And the purpose of this is we want to get ahead and not wait for the 8th absence or the 9th absence, especially since this is a constraint measure on the superintendent. So we shared that with the council and identified, well, what can we do to get ahead? Because what it seemed like as we looked through data, we had some honor students that are in NJHS, AP classes, but they knew they could miss up to 10 days. So they're like, well, they kind of, students were, and these are our high flyers, so our students have the mentality of, I have 10 days to miss. So what we're hoping is, our reasoning behind what you see on the regulations is that student, let's make it a little bit harder, make it a little uncomfortable for them to miss. It shouldn't just be, oh yeah, I have my 10 days, I can just miss. I have a little headache, I'll just sleep in. No, I have a little headache, take some aspirin, let's get to school. So that's why the regulation to support it is after 2 unexcused absences, a warning letter being sent home. After 4, a mandatory parent conference will be convened. Attendance recovery plan will be created at the parent conference. Interventions including possibly withholding extracurricular activities, school events, athletic events, games, or any other activities outside the normal school day until recovery is completed within the recovery plan. I'm sorry, sir.
Let us bring it back on just a second and be much more clear.
Yes.
We're not clear what the problem is. And
Yes.
so let's bring it back.
I think if you just put this in here,
That's, I understand, and remove what we've done, yeah.
Yeah, because, okay, so the guidelines for campus interventions, what I read online, you know, where you have the high school and you have all that, it's not in here.
well, it's in the original book, but then there's a handout that you gotta add to kind of make it all make sense, but it's easier to bring it back.
Yeah, that's all convoluted right now.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
So, yes, please bring that back.
We'll bring it back.
All right,
Motion to adjourn.
okay, well, there's another bullet. Is that one too covered under that? Let me know, because it says DPA, DOI, and then the other one is DOI item policies. Is that the same?
I'm sorry?
There's 2 bullets under number 4 on the agenda item. So just the whole agenda item, full.
Yes, the whole agenda,
This stuff, it was uploaded because I know you used it.
the whole agenda item is pulled, we will bring it back.
Okay. All right, I move to adjourn. The time is 10:17. Do I hear a second? Okay. Approval by, motion made by Mrs. Lutski, seconded by Mr. Ivada. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.